we ready to get the jurors in?
Jury's entering the courtroom.
Thank you, Deputy. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Were you all able to abide by my instructions during the recess? All right. And I guess we're ready to begin. Mr. Escobar?
Your Honor, the defense would call Detective Aaron Smith.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so be done?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead, Mr. Escobar.
Good morning, Detective Smith.
Good morning, sir.
Detective Smith, let's talk a little bit about your law enforcement experience. I believe you started somewhere in maybe 1999 in New Hampshire, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, and that was a small town that you were a law enforcement officer in, is that correct?
Yes, it's
About
correct.
8,000?
I think roughly somewhere between 7,500, 8,000 people around there.
And in that department, there were about 15 police officers, and 2 of them were detectives?
Generally, the numbers of detectives would change here and there, but there's usually 1 or 2 people assigned as a detective.
And it's my understanding that the Attorney General's office would actually be in charge of handling homicides there in New Hampshire, is that correct?
It was generally a combination of the Attorney General's office and state police major crimes that did the investigations.
Okay. And while you were working, I guess you worked there for about 11 years, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, New Hampshire, that little town was not a very violent town.
No, not particularly, no.
And so during that period of time, those 11 years, I believe you assisted in homicides, assisted at the Attorney General's office, who was lead, right?
Yes, sir.
On 2 occasions, is that correct?
As I recall, 2, yes.
So you didn't have a whole lot of experience in dealing with homicides back in New Hampshire, is that correct?
They weren't very common in that town, no.
Okay. Now, likewise, even in your assisting the Attorney General, you really didn't have much experience in dealing with the issue of self-defense in homicide.
I don't think either one of the cases that we investigated involved a self-defense argument, no.
Okay. So in 2009, 11 years in New Hampshire, 2009 you come to Pasco.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? And you're hired, it's my understanding, as a patrol officer.
Yes, sir.
And so between 2009 and 2011, that's exactly what you did? Patrol officer?
Yes, sir, till about 2012. Yes, sir.
Till about 2012. And you were doing that patrol duty in a very small town here in Pasco County, is that correct?
No, I work for the sheriff's office, so our duties are countywide, so the entirety of the county.
Was there a Meadow Point area that you were responsible for?
There was a time in patrol that I was assigned as a contract deputy to the Meadow Point area, yes.
How long was that contract in that small community of Meadow Point?
I think about a year. Well, it was an ongoing contract, but I think my assignment there was about a year.
About a year, okay. And so in 2012, I guess it was a year, because 2011, right, is when you left patrol.
I believe it was
2012?
2012.
Okay, is that when you went to the detective division?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the detective division that you went to was major crimes. However, your responsibility primarily in major crimes was to investigate missing persons. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And then, in 2000 and, I guess, 13 is when you moved over to major crimes, dealing primarily with homicides.
Yes, sir. It was the same squad that I was on, but my assignment changed to be a major crimes detective.
But that didn't happen until December of 2013.
I think that's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. So you would agree as a police officer throughout all these years, you had some training in threat assessment and use of force.
Yes, sir.
It's part of your work as a police officer. You have to be well-versed in being able to pick up those cues that could put you in danger.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's pretty much for all police officers. Is that correct?
That's a pretty basic training for everybody, yes.
Okay. And the assessing of danger, those skills, that's not easy, is it?
It's complex, I guess you would say.
Complex.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You,
I have an objection, may we approach?
Yes. Go ahead, Mr. Escobar.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, you are taught in your profession and how to respond to life-threatening situations, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there are a variety of cues or indications that you have to look at, correct? In when to respond.
I guess you would say to respond to an individual person or decide how you were going to handle the situation, yes.
Exactly, the threat situation, right? And one of the things you're going to look at is you're going to look at environment, right? You want to know what environment you're in, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're going to look and see if it's dark, right?
Yes, sir.
Because if it's dark, you're in a dark area, it puts you at a disadvantage.
It could, yes.
And if you're in close proximity to someone, it could put you at a disadvantage.
It gives you less time to react to what happens, yes, sir.
And if the relative size and age of the individuals, that could put you at a disadvantage.
May I object? Reapproach.
Okay.
Okay.
You would agree that the process of reacting to those cues takes time.
Yes, sir, you have to take time to make decisions about what your actions are going to be.
You got to see it, you got to be able to process it, and then you got to be able to react, right?
Correct, yes,
That
sir.
takes time.
Yes.
You also are looking for, we talked about the size of the individual, correct?
That's definitely something you would consider, yes.
And facial expressions and bowing up and fighting stance and those things, correct?
Yes, sir.
You would also look to see if his actions are out of character for the location, right? Like if you're in a church and you're getting up and screaming profanities at everyone, that's out of character for church, right?
I don't think that the physical surrounding like that makes as much difference as like physical obstacles, things like that to look at, because...
Let's talk about that if we can.
Okay.
So you're saying that someone getting up in a church and yelling profanities is not alarming?
It's definitely alarming, yes.
Because it has an indication that that person may be out of control, correct?
Well, it indicates that there's something abnormal going on.
You want to assess individuals as to whether they're in control or out of control, right?
That's definitely a consideration, yes.
Because out of control individuals are much more dangerous.
They can be, yes.
And you agree, I think we talked about this before, hands can kill,
Yes.
and hands can cause great bodily harm.
Yes, they could.
And hands are particularly dangerous because they're the most coordinated parts of our bodies, right?
Yes, sir.
Your head is extremely sensitive and prone to serious injury, right? Your head?
Yes, sir.
They control a lot of our bodily functions, right? They're the computer in our bodies.
Yes, sir. Your brain obviously is running the show.
And so if your head's being exposed to danger,
Your Honor, objection, same objection you had at the bench. Relevance.
I'll overrule.
so if your head is being exposed to danger, it's a more critical situation for you.
Again, it's a overall consideration in your decision to act.
And you have to do all these things within split seconds.
Depending on the situation, it could be yes.
Now, you've had some training in classwork, correct? In simulation classwork?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean,
Meaning
sir.
where they put you in different situations, you gotta act appropriately.
Oh, simulated training? Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
And in many of those, you fail, right?
It all depends on your reactions to the situation.
But you failed, right?
Yeah, I'm sure I have failed before, yes.
It's not a good feeling when you fail, right?
No, sir.
Because if it was in real life, you die. Could.
You could, yes, sir.
You also are aware that physiologically, certain things go on in one's body when they're in fear.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about, if we can, your day that day when you were called to come over to the Cobb Theater on January the 13th of 2014.
Yes, sir.
You remember that day?
Yes, I do, sir.
And you were out with another detective actually doing some investigations concerning a missing persons, is that correct?
Yes, with Detective Moyer.
Okay. Tell me what you did. What time did you get there?
I think it was approximately 2:30 in the afternoon, somewhere around that time. We were over on the west side of the county, so we were probably about a half an hour, 40-minute drive away when I got called, asked to respond there. And then, so I think it was around 2 o'clock that we got the call, and it was probably around 2:25, 2:30, somewhere there, that we got to Wesley Chapel.
And when you got there, your first assignment was not to be the lead crime scene detective. Your first assignment was you were just going to interview some witnesses, right?
I was specifically asked to interview Mrs. Reeves and their son.
And you were asked to interview those witnesses by Sergeant Harris,
Detective Harris, who was the acting sergeant at that point.
acting sergeant.
Yep.
I'll leave it with Detective Harris. Acting Detective Harris is way too much.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so at the time that you arrived at the Cobb Theater, you had only been the crime scene detective on the one homicide before this one, correct?
Correct.
And certainly it wasn't of the magnitude of this investigation. You would agree with that?
I guess I don't understand what you mean by the magnitude.
Well, this
sir.
was a case that had, 100-plus witnesses, and it was in a theater. It was quite involved, right?
Yes, sir, there was a lot more time involved, and I guess you would say the amount of witnesses made it much more time intensive.
And at the time that you arrived at the theater, you were brand new in dealing with homicides, correct?
I wouldn't say I was brand new, no, sir.
Or you were brand new to the division that held homicides, right? Because you were a missing persons before. You assisted homicides while you were a missing person detective, but now you were a homicide detective, right?
Yes, sir, when I was assigned as missing persons, anytime the squad is on call in major crimes and a homicide comes, everyone on the squad responds. So missing persons detectives came out, so any major incident, attempted homicide, the missing persons detectives would come and get assigned a role generally, but it was not one of the main roles in the case.
And certainly you had only been assigned one time before as a crime scene detective,
Yes, sir.
right? And you had only had one self-defense homicide case that you were involved in, right?
Yes, sir.
Before Mr. Reeves' case.
Yes, correct.
Now, in your experience as a police officer, throughout your 11 years in New Hampshire and your years with the Pasco Sheriff's Office, you certainly realized, even before you went to the Cobb Theater, the value of video evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
And you recognize that video evidence is critical if it's there.
Obviously, if it recorded part of the incident, you'd want to get the video so that you can view it, yes.
It gives you an independent view, correct?
Depending on what the video is and what it captures, it's giving you, I guess, a view without any opinion involved.
And if you're fortunate enough to be able to view the video before you conduct interviews of witnesses, that really helps, because could bring a myriad of questions that you can pose to the witness that you're interviewing.
The video can definitely help you understand what the witness's statements mean and what was actually happening at the time, yes.
And question witnesses about what you see in the video,
Yes,
right?
yes.
So it gives you a much better perspective of doing a thorough interview of a witness.
It's all dependent on the video and what it captures, but if it captures enough of what you need to know, then yes, it can definitely be beneficial.
Now, you would agree that when you arrived, the general rule in your homicide division was that you are not to be the lead detective on the case, on the homicide case, until you've gone and taken the homicide course that's required within your department, right?
Yes, I don't think it was a written policy, but that was the general accepted rule, yes.
And when you arrived at the Cobb Theater on January the 13th of 2014, you had not taken that course yet.
Not yet, no, sir.
And about the only training that you had received in homicide investigations was whatever assistance you provided between, I guess, 2012 and 2013 when you were in the missing persons division, right? You were assisting homicide with interviews and what have you.
Yes, sir.
And you shadowing Detective Proctor, because you didn't have any formal in-service training when you first went into the homicide division. You basically were assigned a detective, Detective Proctor, and you just followed him around.
I guess I don't completely understand. I mean, I'd had multiple trainings over the years throughout law enforcement that involved, interviews with people, crime scene preservation, processing crime scenes for fingerprints.
Yeah, I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about specific to being a homicide detective when you go in to that division. You've gone away from missing persons, now you're in the homicide division. There's no formal training, classroom training that you go through when you become a homicide detective. You basically get someone to shadow, correct? And you take your homicide course, which you hadn't taken yet, and you're on your way.
We have what we call a field training program, detective field training program. So like Detective Proctor was assigned as my detective field training officer, and yes, I would then be educated by him on policies, procedures, and then shadow him on any of his cases to learn.
And that's what that field training is. It's really a shadowing process. You're trying to learn from someone that you hope has more experience and more knowledge concerning the investigation of homicides than you would, right?
It's a shadowing as well as an evaluation, because it's for Detective Proctor to evaluate my knowledge and my ability to learn as we do things, yes.
So you were going to be evaluated by Detective Proctor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You would agree that the two main detectives in a homicide are the crime scene detective and the lead detective.
It all depends on the case. I mean, you can have multiple jobs. We sometimes call people a secondary to a primary, so that would be probably a more important job than some. But each job's important, which is why we break it down into individual jobs when we're processing a major scene.
So you were initially assigned to do some interviews.
Yes, sir.
And you started to do those interviews there at the Cobb Theater. And so I would imagine that when you were doing those interviews, that you had your tape recorder with you.
I did not know, sir.
Now, you would agree with me, would you not, that a tape recorder for a homicide detective is a very important tool?
Yes, sir.
Because you want to capture not only the testimony of that particular witness, but you want to capture the emotion and everything that that conversation entails, right?
The recording can be useful, yes, sir.
For that purpose, right?
For several different purposes, yes.
That
And to
being
include that.
Emotion, pausing for long periods of time, maybe not knowing that answer. You want to capture all of that, right? So that at some point in time, we can present it to the jury and they can listen to it for themselves, right?
You have to use it to assist you in writing your reports because an audio recording is not necessarily going to capture emotion. You know, some of it could be in the tone of someone's voice, but a lot of it might be visually, you're looking at their face, you're describing their reactions. So
Someone's crying, you capture that, right?
it depends. I mean, if they're audibly sobbing, would it capture it? Yes. If they weren't, I mean, if they had
someone's
tears, then
saying,
no.
oh, you know, let me think about that, you know, man, you capture all that, right?
Anything audible you would capture. Yes,
And
sir.
those are good things for everybody, right?
Yes, they can be.
Because at the end of the day, we want the truth, the absolute truth to come out, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you did not go into the crime scene, and I'm going to call it crime scene, but I'm also going to call it incident scene.
Your Honor, I object.
Judge, I'll call it crime scene. If he wants me to call it crime scene, I'll call it crime scene. You didn't go into the crime scene, is that correct?
Well, for this case and most cases like this, we had kind of like layers of crime scene, we would call it. So we would limit people from coming in and out of the building altogether, and then we would have the interior crime scene is the room where the actual crime occurred.
My question to you is, did you go into Theater 10 before you went to go and interview Mrs. Reeves? Yes or no?
No, I did not. I did not go into Theater 10 before the interviews.
And did anyone prior to doing that interview give you a complete outline of what, you knew there were officers in that Theater 10, right?
Yes, sir. The forensics investigators had started their process in there.
And there were officers as well.
Officers, yes, that are dealing with security and things like that.
Harris was in there.
I'm not sure. I would assume, yes, he was in there, but I can't tell you that for certain.
And so you didn't get any sort of briefing as to what specifically was in that crime scene prior to going and interviewing Mrs. Reeves?
I know Detective Harris gave me an overall synopsis of what had occurred during the shooting, but I do not recall a crime scene specific information from him.
And so the recorders are important, but you don't have a recorder, is that correct?
I did not have it with me, no, sir.
And do you think that the recorder was in your car?
I honestly don't know.
You never went to go to your car to check?
I did not go back to the car, no, sir.
That's normally where you keep it, right?
It could have been at my office at my desk. It could have been in the car because obviously when you're done with interviews, you take your recorder out to transfer the recordings to your computer while you're typing. So it could have been at my office. I honestly don't know where it was at that time.
But you didn't even bother to search?
I did not go back to the car to look for it, no, sir.
Well, since there was such a battalion of officers there at the Cobb Theater, I'm sure it would have been quite easy to ask any one of them for their recorders.
In hindsight, yes, I could have asked somebody.
You should have, right?
Yes, sir, I should have.
Now, you would agree the first one that you interviewed was Mrs. Reeves, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you remember Mrs. Reeves being vividly upset, correct? Crying?
I think I believe it's visibly, not vividly necessarily, but
Both.
yes, she was obviously upset to me, yes.
Crying, physically shaking?
Yes, sir.
And you recognize her to be in her 70s and a very thin woman.
I do remember being small frame, yes, sir.
Now, in that particular interview, I would imagine that you wanted to try to get some indication of what the setting was when the shooting took place, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so did you ask Mrs. Reeves what the lighting conditions were during the previews when this event happened?
I do remember her telling me that it was during the
Objection, hearsay.
Listing.
Well, I'm asking if he even asked her about it. There's no answer yet. Did you ask Miss Reeves what the lighting conditions were inside the theater?
I don't remember if I asked a specific question. I do know that we discussed the lighting conditions in general, meaning that the previews were on and that it was a darkened movie theater.
Did you ask Ms. Reeves how loud the previews were?
I don't recall asking that, no.
You realize that both sight and hearing are the two most vital senses that we have, correct?
Yes, sir.
In assessing situations, right?
Yes, sir.
We get information through our ears, right?
Yes, correct.
And we get information through our eyes
Yes.
that we process.
Yes, sir.
But you didn't ask her how loud it was.
I don't recall asking that, no, sir.
You know what backlighting is, right?
If you mean a light being behind a subject, sir, yes, I do.
Okay, and so you've been to theaters before?
Yes, sir.
And did you know, when you interviewed her, that Mr. Oulson was standing directly in front of her and Mr. Reeves?
Yes, I would have known that at the time, yes.
You would have known that. And so, did you ask her whether there was any backlighting effect that was taking place at the time of the incident?
I don't recall asking that specific question, no.
And you know what backlighting does to the person that's seated in a chair, and someone's standing in front of him, and the theater screen is bringing light behind that person, right?
Depending on all the lighting conditions, yes, it can obscure or cause glare, I guess would be the best way to describe it.
Did you ask Mrs. Reeves the type of previews that were playing at the time of the incident?
As far as types, I guess I
Yeah,
don't
like,
understand what you mean.
Sabotage, RoboCop, those action-packed.
Oh, as to what clips? No, sir, I did
Yeah.
not.
You realize that if it's an action, if it's a RoboCop, a Sabotage, they tend to be louder, right?
It could be, yes, sir.
Certainly louder than a love story, right?
Probably, yes.
Okay, so now you interview Mrs. Reeves without a recorder, and your next subject is Matt Reeves, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Matt Reeves is the son of Curtis Reeves.
Yes, sir.
You learned that,
Yes.
right? You learned that he was a Tampa police officer as well
Yes.
at the time,
Yes, sir.
correct? And you interviewed him without a recorder.
Correct.
Now, in addition to interviewing him, you asked him to draw a diagram for you, correct?
No, sir. I recall drawing a diagram in my notes showing like the ramp entrance to the theater, and I remember asking Matthew about where he was and where he had come in about it.
He actually drew on that diagram, did he not?
I do not recall him drawing on the diagram, no, sir.
Well, certainly if he had drawn on that diagram, that's a piece of evidence, right?
Yes, sir, it could be.
And that piece of evidence should not be destroyed, because later on, again, we can show it to the court, we can show it to the jury, and they can see exactly what was taking place in the conversation between you and Mr. Reeves.
I don't necessarily think it would show the conversation, but definitely if a witness had drawn a diagram, I would consider that, yes, that would be, could be important evidence.
Did you know at the time that Matthew Reeves was the individual that actually caught Mr. Oulson as he was falling to the ground?
At some point in my interview, I would have known that. I don't necessarily know if that would have been when I was asking him where he was or not.
So you knew certainly that at the time of the shooting, he was in the theater.
Yes, sir.
You would agree that both the interview of Mrs. Reeves and the interview of Matthew Reeves was extremely short.
I would say there were probably 30 to 40 minutes, probably.
30 to 40 minutes, that's what
Yes,
you
sir.
recall.
Yes, sir.
Now, you had learned by that time that Mr. Reeves was a former law enforcement officer, correct?
I was aware of that through the interview with his wife and son, yes.
Retired captain,
Yes, sir.
highly trained in the use of force, and you learned all that.
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
It's the same argument, Your Honor.
I'll overrule for now.
There's no predicate for that right now.
Approach.
You of both Mrs. Reeves and Matt Reeves. The interview was very general. You just basically let them tell you a story.
Generally speaking, when I start interviewing people and in the interview training that I've had, that's how you start your first interview. You want to give the person the opportunity to give as much detail as they remember before you start interrupting with questions or before you ask specifics. So yes, that's how you begin an interview, just asking them really basic questions as to what happened or what they observed.
Page 1297, lines 12 through 16,
Document.
hearing. Detective, you remember of a hearing in 2017 before this court?
Yes, sir.
And me asking you questions under oath?
Yes, sir.
Remember the following questions and answers. Question: so your interview of both of these witnesses, we're talking about both Mr. and Mrs. Reeves, Mrs. Reeves and Matt Reeves. So your interview of both of these witnesses were very general, and you just, it's supposed to say let, it says met, it's a typo.
Okay.
And you just let them tell their story. Very few questions on your part. Your answer: yes, sir. It was more a preliminary interview to find out what they had seen.
Yes, sir.
So you didn't ask many questions of them,
I'm sure I asked some questions. Yes, sir.
but not many, because that's what you said under oath in 2017, right?
As far as the number of questions I asked, I really don't recall.
You would agree that your recollection in 2017 is much better than your recollection in 2022.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you just asked.
You would agree that your recollection back in 2017 would have been better than your recollection in 2022.
I would imagine that, yes, I would have forgotten some things over time.
you were aware that Mr. Reeves was armed in that theater?
Yes, sir.
That did not alarm you?
I don't know if I understand.
Well,
what you
because
mean.
your position is retired law enforcement carry firearms all the time, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, there is a federal statute that even encourages them to carry firearms, correct?
It doesn't necessarily encourage, but it certainly gives them authorization if they qualify to carry in more areas than your average person with a concealed permit, yes.
So you don't think that that federal statute encourages them? Is that what you're telling the jury?
That it encourages them?
LEOSA, you're familiar with
Yes, sir.
LEOSA, right?
Yes, sir, I
Okay.
understand
Are
it.
you telling me that LEOSA does not encourage retired officers to carry firearms?
I think the intent of the statute when it was written was to give the ability to have more armed, trained officers in public, yes.
Okay. Now, when you left that interview, you never told Sergeant Harris that both Matt and Mrs. Reeves had indicated that the theater was dark and that the noise levels were pretty high of the previews. You never told Sergeant Harris that.
I don't remember.
Objection, hearsay.
I'll agree.
You never told Sergeant Harris that, correct?
I don't remember making those specific statements, no.
He was the police officer that was supervising you there at the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've indicated to the jury already that darkness and noise is an important factor in this case, right?
It's an important factor in deciding your actions, yes, sir.
But you don't tell the sergeant that assigned you to this responsibility.
I had conversation with him, telling him what I had gathered from the interview. I don't remember specifically if I said that to him or not, no.
Those were the instructions, right? Interview the individuals and report to Harris, because Harris was going to try and disseminate that information to others, correct?
Yes, sir. As a general practice, we meet periodically throughout the investigation to share information so that other people are aware of what's going on.
That's pretty important, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
That communication?
Yes, sir.
It's not the first time that you've been in this situation to have to do that, right?
Correct.
But you told Sergeant Harris that you had interviewed both of these individuals, and it was at this point in time that you were assigned the lead crime detective, crime scene detective,
Crime scene detective, yes, sir.
right? This is when it happened, when you approached Sergeant Harris with your statements.
I'm sure probably a short period of time went by, because after I completed that task, Detective Harris probably had to decide who was going to cover what roles. So, yes, sometime shortly after that, he assigned me as a crime scene detective.
Okay, and so now you've got this pretty awesome responsibility, correct?
It's important, yes, sir.
Top two detectives on a case, right?
Again, I think it depends on the case, but I do think it's an important role, yes.
Okay, and so knowing that and anticipating that you're going to be going into this crime scene, you realized that, you know, one of your jobs was to assess the possible distractions that individuals there in that theater were experiencing at the time of the shooting. That's an important issue, right? Distractions.
I guess it's a difficult question to answer, because I'm not necessarily going to know by looking at the physical evidence on the scene what all the distractions would be, because I wasn't present when the event actually happened.
Well, you certainly want to preserve evidence as a crime scene detective, right?
Yes, sir.
And evidence can take various forms, right?
Yes.
And some evidence can be evidence that distracts people. For example, noise can be a distractor, right?
Noise could be a distraction, yes, sir.
And certainly light conditions can be a distractor as well, right?
Yes, sir.
And so you want to capture all those things, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to recreate and preserve the scene as it occurred at the time of the shooting. That's your job.
When you first start processing a scene, it's to document everything as to where it is. Not necessarily to recreate then, but to document thoroughly, collect the items so that if you need to go back and review, then yes, the scene could be recreated through what you've collected.
But that first step is you have to secure the evidence before you can use it later on to recreate, right?
Yes, sir.
And so if you don't secure that evidence, all of the evidence that's necessary and material, then when you try to recreate, you got missing pieces, right?
Yes, sir.
That's bad. In any case, right?
You definitely do not want to miss evidence. You typically usually do because you don't necessarily know the relationship of certain things, so you try to be as thorough as possible and collect everything you can that appears to be probative to what's the investigation and what's going on.
If you don't capture critical evidence, that's bad.
Yes, you definitely don't want to miss something.
And especially in a homicide case, right?
I don't think it necessarily is any more important than any other criminal investigation or
Oh, you
proceeding.
don't? So you don't think a homicide case is more
Your Honor, I'm
important?
going to object. I think the witness should have the opportunity to finish.
My
his statement.
apologies, Judge. My apologies. Yes.
We want to have the same level of thoroughness in every investigation. A sexual battery case is just as important to a victim. There's lots of other types of, violent crimes, robberies, so I think that they need to be treated with the same thoroughness. Yes, sir.
You think that a petty theft, the consequences for missing evidence in a petty theft is just as serious as missing evidence in a...
It's argumentative. He explained and he laid the parameters. Now it's just argumentative.
I'll sustain.
So, when you went into that scene, that crime scene, there were individuals that were already working the scene that had no direction from you whatsoever.
Yes, sir. I came in after processing had started.
And those individuals that had already entered the scene and were working the scene were what we call crime scene technicians, right?
We label them as forensic investigators.
Forensic investigators. They're
Yes,
not
sir.
police officers, though.
No, they're not sworn law enforcement.
Okay. And so those forensic investigators were in there doing something, right? You don't know what they were doing, because you had just come into the scene, right?
Yes, when I walked in, I would not have known what they had processed yet at that point.
In fact, when you walked into that scene, you had no idea where Mr. Reeves' seat was during the time of the incident.
I had a general explanation that they'd been sitting towards the middle of the top row, but when I went in, I could honestly I would not have known specifically which seat it was.
Because that wasn't communicated to you by Sergeant Harris or anybody else prior to you going in.
The difficulty we had with the theater where there were no numbered seats, so I'm not sure if there was an understanding from anybody exactly which seats they were in yet, but that, again, I'm not sure.
And you were able to see, when you went into the theater, you were able to see that there was a cell phone on that top row. Let's call it row A.
Yes, sir.
And that cell phone was towards the middle of that row. Is that correct?
Yes, it was.
And you were able to see that as from your vantage point as you were walking the scene. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But since you didn't know what seat Mr. Reeves was, you really didn't know the significance of that cell phone at that time.
Obviously, it was an item of evidence that was significant, as, many other things were. There was obvious spilled popcorn on the floor, things like that in that same area. So, yes, I knew them to be important, but no, I guess I did not know in relation to where they were seated where that was.
You didn't know what role that phone played, if any.
At that point, I did not, no, sir.
Okay. And certainly prior to going into that crime scene, nobody had told you that Mr. Reeves had indicated that he had possibly been hit with a cell phone in the head. Nobody had told you that.
No, I had not been told that.
In fact, you don't even know when that information was told to you.
I do not recall the first time someone told me that, no, no, sir.
You don't even know who told you.
I would imagine it was probably
Well,
Detective
we're not
Proctor,
imagining,
but-
we're in a court of law.
Yes, sir.
Assuming, you know, it's quite dangerous.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to him lecturing the witness.
I'm
the
just
next
asking him a
question.
question concerning that issue.
Well, he was about to finish and you cut him off, so let's refrain from doing that and all sustain.
You would agree, would you not, that assuming things in a court of law is inappropriate?
I would, yes, agree with that. I guess I apologize for the wording of that. Most of my interactions were with Detective Proctor, and most of the conversations I had, so it would be likely that he would be the one to tell me that, but I do not recall specifically.
Okay. You didn't know at this point in time either, when you went into the scene, that this was even the possibility of a self-defense case.
I think I understood when I walked in that there'd been some sort of argument or disagreement because of my interviews with Matthew and Vivian. So, yes, I guess I would have some understanding that that could be an argument.
And so I would imagine then that those issues that we talked about just earlier on direct examination, distance, lighting, noise, all those things that could affect someone's perception, immediately from the beginning of your investigation was critical.
I guess I don't understand exactly what
Preserving
you're
it,
asking.
preserving it.
Preserving,
You wanted to preserve the lighting conditions, did you not?
at the time we were in there, we actually turned all the lights on so we could see better the physical evidence and gather.
So are you telling the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you didn't want to, at any point in time, turn those lights down to mid-level 1, which was the previews, and experience that level yourself? That was not important to you.
Your Honor, I would object to relevancy. It doesn't matter if it's important to the detective, it'd be important to, well, who's probably approach.
Yeah.
detective,
Yes.
was it important for you to preserve the lighting conditions?
I think it's important to try to understand the conditions, yes, sir. I don't necessarily know what you mean by preserving them.
Well, did you ask management there to turn the lights down to the position that it was during the previous?
We did have the lights adjusted at different points while we were there and taking photographs. I don't remember asking that specific question to say.
When you're saying that you were asking management to turn the lights higher so that you could see, is what you're talking about there, right?
We actually did both because we were taking photographs of the seats and we had some difficulty capturing it because of the different darkness, lightness levels. So we had somebody controlling the light switch in there and putting it to different levels.
But you did not ask management, put the lighting conditions as it was during the previous. You never asked management that question.
I don't specifically remember asking that, no, sir.
And you could have.
I could have, yes, sir.
And you could have stood there with the previews that were playing, with the lighting conditions the way they were, and you could have experienced that yourself.
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
You could have done that, right?
Objection, relevance.
Move on.
Okay. Have you heard of light meters?
Yes, sir, I have.
Have you ever used a light meter?
Not personally, no, sir.
You know that light meters measure the amount of light in a particular area, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then an expert can come and testify concerning the lighting conditions in that particular area based upon the light meter.
I would suppose if there was an expert in that area, yes, they could.
And there's something called a noise meter as well.
Yes, sir.
And law enforcement uses noise meters because sometimes you got these people out there that are playing their music way too loud, right?
We have used noise meters for vehicle noise levels, different things like that for, yes, sir.
And you can capture the noise, and then you can come before a court and an expert can and explain the actual noise level.
I would assume they could, yes, sir.
You didn't do either of those.
I did not use a light meter or a sound meter, no, sir.
Did you call the Florida Department of Law Enforcement and say, hey, guys, help me out here? Do you all have a light meter? Do you all have a noise meter that we can bring out to the scene so that we can capture as much evidence as humanly possible from this crime scene?
I did not reach out to anybody to get a noise or light meter, no, sir.
Did you reach out to the FBI? The FBI was involved in this case, right?
Yes, they were.
Okay, did you reach out that day, January 13th, 2014, to the FBI and say, hey, FBI, come on, give me some help here. I need a noise meter, I need a light meter.
I did not ask anybody for a noise or a light meter that day, no, sir.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about cameras and video.
Yes, sir.
When you went into the theater, it was clear to you that there were 2 cameras on each side of the wall, right?
There was one camera on each side, sir.
Excuse me, 1 on each side,
Yes, sir.
about 30-some feet up.
I don't know the exact height, but they were pretty tall on the wall, yes.
Okay. And again, that perked your interest to, hey, there's possibly some surveillance equipment that's capturing what's happening in this theater, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you would agree that because the cameras were situated up high, that they could probably capture some overall down, right? Visuals?
Yes, sir. I didn't know the exact angle that the cameras would show.
But that view was going to be much different than someone seated in theater seat number 9.
Yes, sir.
In other words, what you can perceive in theater seat number 9 may be far different than what this camera is capturing 35 feet up in the air.
It's going to capture the same incident, but the perspective is going to appear different because it's a different location.
It's like going to a football game and sitting up in the nosebleed section and you can see a play develop, but you really can't see what's happening in the nitty-gritty line when individuals are, not playing kosher, right? Some of them are holding, some of them are using their hands illegally, and the refs can't see it, but they can do what they do right there at that line, right? Happens all the time.
You can definitely see or observe different things from different perspectives, because certain things may be blocked from view depending on where you are. So yes, it does make a difference where you are.
So if you're on that line, you're going to be able to see certain things that that camera may not be able to capture in a football stadium.
That's true, yes, sir.
Okay. Forensic investigator Parrish and forensic investigator Garrison, when you walked in, were working that theater, correct?
Yes, sir, they were.
Okay. And do you know who they had received their orders from?
I would imagine it would be probably a combination of Detective Harris and Captain Steffens, who was the forensics chief at that point, but I don't know for sure who they spoke with.
You certainly didn't give them any direction whatsoever as to what they were to do with reference to measurements, right?
I don't recall any specific direction towards things. They were taking measurements as they went to different items, but I don't remember a specific direction that I gave.
Well, since you were in charge of the crime scene, why didn't you meet with them and give them specific direction concerning measurements?
There was definitely discussion between all of us, and measurements are a basic thing that we do at essentially every crime scene. So I knew that that was part of the process that was going to get done.
Meaning you left it up to them?
I left it up to them certainly to do it because they're the trained forensic investigators. They have more training than I do in the actually making it happen and recording it. So I would probably take whatever they say is weighted heavily, how they wanted to do
You didn't give them
it.
any direction whatsoever in measurement, did you? You didn't tell them, hey, listen, come here, forensic investigator, I want you to measure from this seat, the very front of this seat, to the very back of this particular seat, and then I also want you to measure from an angle from that cup holder to this particular, you didn't do any of that.
I don't remember specific direction on any specific measurement, no.
The only direction that you remember giving the crime scene investigators was, hey guys, take the best quality photographs with the lighting conditions.
There were multiple discussions, I think, between all of us, and probably most specifically with Investigator Parrish, because I think she took the majority of the photographs. But yes, we definitely had discussion over trying to capture the best quality photographs we could.
That was your main focus as a crime scene detective there at that scene. Hey, let's get good photos.
That was the thing in that particular scene that was proving the most problematic, only because of the dark colors of the floors and different things. So I think that, yes, that probably got the most discussion or attention.
And even though it got the most discussion, they didn't do a very good job, right?
I think they did do a good job.
Well, wait a minute. I thought you had to come 10 days later with other equipment in order to be able to capture correctly the theater.
I don't believe that it was an issue of correctness. It was the fact that we wanted to try to get the best quality that we could, and we wanted to bring in further lighting only because we couldn't get it quite as bright enough inside as we would like.
On the date of the incident, you couldn't get photos that were light enough to be able to critically see. You remember that one photo of the spent casing on the ground that you looked at and you said, where is it? Right? You remember that?
I don't specifically remember asking where is the casing. I do remember seeing that some of the photos were dark, and I remember the photo of the casing was against the black floor, and yes, it was dark.
You also remember that the placards that were placed on the seats themselves, you couldn't even read them.
You can in certain photographs, but they're washed out on others, yes.
And so you realize, do you not, that these forensic investigators have cameras that when they take a photo, you can actually see what it looks like.
You can see a small display of the photo, yes.
Did you ask them to see any of the photos? that night when they were taking the photos so that you could approve them or disapprove them?
I don't recall specifically doing that, no.
Do you realize that the forensic investigators had the lighting to do proper photos in their van outside the theater, but they weren't using them?
I know that they do carry a lot of different equipment with them. I don't specifically know what was in the van.
Or did you ask them, since you were having these problems with photos, did you say, hey guys, you have any better lighting in your truck?
I remember using lighting that we had, flashlights at different times to help illuminate. I don't specifically remember asking that, no.
You think a flashlight is a proper form of illuminating in a crime scene?
It can be, yes, sir.
It wasn't, right? Because it wasn't giving you sufficient light, was it?
I think it would depend on each individual photo, because certain photos showed good detail, and other photos were a little bit lesser detail.
And we can't afford to have lesser detail, right?
As all things we do in our investigation, we want to try to get the highest quality that we possibly can with the equipment and the conditions that we have.
So knowing that there was a camera there, knowing that there was a video surveillance system there, the beauty of having as many officers as you all had there at the Cobb Theater is that you had officers from all different specialties, correct?
We had definitely several different specialties because it was kind of an emergency call that came in, so some of the detectives, excuse me, from property crimes had shown up, some of the detectives from vice and narcotics, so yes, we had several different specialty units.
And the most important, cybercrime, right?
I believe Detective Bossone was there, who was assigned to cyber crimes at the time, yes.
Detective Lindsay?
I don't believe Detective Lindsay was on the scene when I got there. I believe he went to the hospital.
Detective Papinella?
I don't recall if Detective Pepinella was there or not.
Those were the three detectives that actually started the cybercrime unit for the Pasco County Sheriff's Office, right?
I think Detective Bossone came in a little bit later, but yes, I believe Detective Lindsay and Detective Pepinella were both the original detectives assigned to that unit.
That was a big deal for the Pasco County Sheriff's Office. There was a lot of man-hours that went into training those officers, correct?
Over time, yes.
In fact, they became quite an elite group.
Yes, sir, I believe
And
so.
certainly by January the 13th of 2014, they were quite an elite group.
I do believe that they had quite a bit of knowledge, yes, sir.
And you knew, did you not, that Sergeant Sessa had specifically assigned Detective Bossone to capture and preserve the video surveillance that took place on January 13th, 2014. You were aware that Sergeant Sessa had specifically directed Detective Bossone to do that.
I don't think I was aware that Sergeant Sessa was necessarily involved. I do remember having discussion with Detective Bossone that he'd been requested to try to get copies of the video, yes.
And he told you he'd been requested by the sergeant.
I honestly don't remember if I knew specifically who had requested it.
Well, chain of command is important because you have individuals that are sergeants, captains, and what have you that may have more experience than you.
Yes, sir.
And so if Bossone is telling you, hey, by the way, I've been asked by a supervisor to take this role on, I would imagine that you would respect that.
Yes, sir.
But you didn't, did you? You told Detective Bossone, who was a highly trained officer in cybercrime, you told him, you're not going to do it, I'm going to do it. That's what you told Bossone. Bossone, this is my crime scene, I'm the crime scene detective, you're not going to do it, I'm going to do it.
I
Right?
definitely did not tell him that, no, sir.
What did you tell him?
So Detective Bossone had informed me that he'd spoken to management at the theater and requested copies of the video. What he'd been told was it was going to take several hours to back up the video, so it wasn't going to be available that day. So Detective Bossone and I are very good friends and have been. So it was going to be an issue of coming to pick up video that was already downloaded for us, and I simply told them that I could take care of it when it was done, because the crime scene and the physical evidence in the building was my overall responsibility.
You think that Detective Bossone was going to let Cobb Theater copy the video? Is that what you're telling the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? You think that's what he was going to do?
Yes, sir, that's what he told me he did.
You know that that's not the protocol for cybercrime, right? The protocol for cybercrime is no, private entities don't do that, we do it.
No, sir, that's not correct.
So you're perfectly fine with having the Cobb Theater where a shooting has taken place and they have possible civil liabilities, you're okay with letting them do it?
Yes, sir, at that time and still currently, our policies and procedures allow an IT-controlled video system to be controlled by the IT department that owns it and hand the video to us, yes.
Do you know who was the IT individual that was, in your opinion, controlling?
I don't think on that day I knew, but I eventually learned it to be
On
Eric
that day?
Andrews. I honestly don't remember if I knew the person's name on that day.
Do you know the level of competency or incompetency of that individual?
I did not know the individual in any
Do
way.
you know the reputation for honesty of that individual?
Again, I didn't know the individual in any way.
Do you know the alliance that that individual would have either with the Cobb Theater or with the Pasco County Sheriff's Department?
Again, I didn't know him at all.
And so you're letting a perfect stranger deal with a critical piece of evidence in a homicide case, and you think that that's the protocol of the Pasco County Sheriff's Department?
Yes, sir, I do.
Before allowing this unknown person to do whatever the unknown person was doing, did you at least go up to the IT room that very moment and go to see what was in the IT room?
I do not believe I went to the IT room that day, no, sir.
So you didn't go to the IT room to see how many DVRs were up there, right?
Not that day, no, sir.
So you didn't go up there and actually get the serial numbers and the models and make of those DVRs.
No, sir, I didn't.
And so you didn't go up there and get serial numbers of any of the hard drives.
I would not have been able to do that, sir, no.
And you had absolutely no idea what was in that room at the time that this incident occurred.
Again, I didn't go to the room that day, so I'm not aware. I was aware afterwards, but no, not that day.
Well, let me ask you this. Were you aware that corporate was at the very moment that you all were investigating this case, that corporate Cobb was remotely dialing in and viewing the video?
Objection, Your Honor, facts not in evidence.
My question is he aware of that?
Oliver will.
Were you aware that at the time that you were conducting this investigation, Cobb Corporate from Alabama was dialing in remotely and viewing that video?
The explanation that was given to me was that they had dialed in remotely and that they were backing up all of the video footage, but not reviewing it at that point.
So do you know who that person was in Alabama that was doing this remotely?
I did learn later on, but
No.
at that time, no, I did
That
not.
day, did you know?
That's the same individual I'd said before that I did not know at all.
And so, again, the same answers to all those questions. You didn't know that person's level of competency, you didn't know anything.
Correct.
Okay. You certainly must have known that the Cobb Theater certainly had a liability interest in this case, right?
They could, yes.
You never asked management at all, you yourself, to even see the video at that moment.
I'd had some discussions with the manager, Tom Peck, who was there, who I believe is the one who gave me the explanation that we couldn't view it because it was being backed up. And that's, I think that was the extent of the
So
conversation.
you're telling this jury that Thomas Peck said that you could not view it because...
Objection, hearsay.
Yes, we testified to.
But it was hearsay then.
Well, you didn't object to it then.
Sustained.
Okay, so let's go to the issue of what happens in that crime scene as you are trying to gather evidence and preserve evidence. You've indicated already that you've left measurements up to the forensic unit. You're working with them trying to get better quality photos, correct?
Yes, sir.
You did nothing with reference to the loudness of the previews or the lighting conditions, correct?
No, sir, we did not have the previews turned on.
And so tell me exactly what is it that you were doing in that crime scene? How long were you in that crime scene?
I'd estimate probably 2 to 3 hours.
So tell me what you were doing for 2 or 3 hours in that crime scene if you weren't doing any of that.
Upon my first arrival, I did a walkthrough of the crime scene so I could observe different items, things that I saw, to be able to describe them in my report. I would have had multiple discussions with the different technicians or the forensic investigators that were there to find out what they had seen, what steps they were taking. I probably would have had several conversations with Detective Harris back and forth, so there were multiple things going on over time, possibly answering questions that any of the investigators might have had.
Okay, and so certainly in none of those conversations had the name Joanna Turner ever come up.
I don't remember that name, no, sir.
You know who she is today.
I do know who she is now, but not at that time, I don't believe.
In fact, the name Joanna Turner didn't come up that day, period, that entire day.
To me, not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
And the whole purpose of these meetings with the brass is so that you all would exchange critical information, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that's what you want at the end of the day. Give me all the critical information so that we can maybe do some things here at the scene that will help in the overall investigation, right?
It's so everybody involved has an understanding of what's going on, not just in the crime scene, but with what the status of the investigation, different witnesses. So it's just overall information sharing.
In fact, on January the 13th, 2014, nobody had even told you that Mr. Reeves had indicated that he was possibly struck with a phone.
Oliver.
On January 13th, 2014, nobody even told you that Mr. Reeves had possibly been struck with a phone.
While I was in the crime scene, I don't recall anybody telling me that. If by the end of that day, I don't know for sure when I learned it. If it was by the end of that day or possibly the following day, I don't recall.
Detective, how does that happen? How does that happen when Proctor is interviewing Mr. Reeves early on? Tell me how that happens, that information doesn't get to you.
I don't know that I have an answer for that, sir.
You're certainly disappointed, are you not, that it never got to you?
In hindsight, I would have liked to have known it then, yes, sir.
And the reason that you're so concerned about that is that you had a conversation, did you not, with the crime scene forensic tech, whatever you want to call it, concerning that phone that was on the ground. You had a conversation because she asked you, hey, what do you want me to do with this phone? Hey, what do you want me to do with this phone? You want me to turn it off?
Yes, she did specifically ask me if it should be powered off or on.
She picked up that phone from the floor with gloves on
Yes, sir.
and started manipulating the phone to turn it off?
There, you have to manipulate the buttons on the phone to get it to turn off. Yes, sir.
Because you didn't know that that phone was possibly used to strike Mr. Reeves in the head.
We would have taken the same steps to collect it. I was not aware that that accusation had been made. No, sir.
Well, certainly you didn't talk to her about, hey, forensic investigator, we need to be very careful. Wait a minute, that may have some DNA on it. Wait a minute, we need to do something special with this phone. You didn't do that, did you?
I did not ask for any DNA processing on the scene. No, sir.
Because you know if someone is manipulating a phone, that possibly the DNA that is so critical in a case may go away on your glove.
It's possible it could get wiped off.
Or
Yes,
it
sir.
may be mixed and distorted as a result of the holding process, right?
The reason we wear gloves is to try to stop that kind of contamination from happening, and the way we package it for the same reason. But could it be possible to contaminate a piece of DNA evidence? Yes, it could be possible.
Well, and you all don't even put the glove that you use to pick up the phone in the package or in a separate package so that that can be analyzed as well for transfer DNA.
We definitely would not package it with the same item because that would be contaminating it for sure, most likely. But generally speaking, no, we don't package gloves as a matter of course. If there was a specific, say there was blood that got transferred to the glove accidentally or something, we may, but yeah, no, not as a matter of
So
course.
blood's okay, but transfer DNA, let's not worry about it.
So throughout the processing, excuse me, throughout the processing of the crime scene, that investigator's gonna be touching multiple things with that pair of gloves.
Well,
So-
you wouldn't have allowed that. Had you known that that phone had been thrown to Mr. Reeves and that it had possibly hit him in the head, you were not going to allow that crime scene investigator to use a glove that she was using all over that theater. You would have said, ma'am, new gloves. If you're going to pick up that phone, we're going to have to pick it up in such a way that we do not destroy evidence, right? That's what you would have done.
If we were gonna process it for DNA on the scene, yes, we would definitely use a clean pair of gloves and
And you would
gloves.
have told her, after you're done with that glove, don't touch anything else and put it in a bag so that we can determine whether there's transfer DNA on those gloves.
Generally speaking, no, because the swabbing would be done on the item itself. We would preserve the swabs that we took from the device, not necessarily the gloves.
What's wrong with swabbing the gloves? Is there some chemical that destroys the glove if you swab it?
It's not an issue of destroying the glove. It's an issue of that investigator would have had to touch the gloves putting on. There's a risk of contamination, so
Have you heard of grabbing the gloves right from here, right? And you take them off, and then you put them in a bag, and you let the forensic lab, that are very good at what they do, don't they?
yes, sir.
FDLE has a great lab, don't they?
Yes, they do.
And they do things with precision, right? Correct?
I've never worked in there, but I would imagine so, yes.
And you are amazed sometimes of what they can find, right?
They've done very good work for cases in the past. Yes, sir.
Especially in the area of DNA.
I have had them had success in DNA cases, yes.
There are cases that are 20 years old that get solved through DNA in the most remote places, right?
I can't speak to a specific timeline, I'm not sure. No, sir.
And your job as a crime scene detective is to preserve evidence, right?
It's to coordinate the preservation of evidence, yes,
Oh,
sir.
so somebody else is responsible for preservation? Just, you're supposed to coordinate it, everybody else is responsible.
So our policy outlines the responsibilities of the crime scene detective as a person who coordinates it, and it further outlines the responsibilities for forensic investigators, and that they will be the ones actually handling and processing the evidence. Yes, sir.
So you're kicking the responsibility to some forensic investigators, what you're telling the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
I don't understand which responsibility you mean, sir.
When you're a crime scene detective, you're responsible to make sure that everything gets done perfect.
Nothing is ever done perfectly, sir.
You certainly want to strive for perfection, do you not?
Perfection, in my opinion, doesn't exist. We want to strive to do the best quality job we possibly can.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
So she picks up the phone, right? And days later, let me ask you this question. days later, did you know that there was an allegation that the phone possibly hit Mr. Reeves in the head? Days later.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And days later, you went into the evidence room, opened up the evidence bag that contained the phone with gloves, grabbed the phone, turned it on to see who it belonged to.
Yes, sir, I did.
That was not good. That was not a good decision on your part, right?
I think it was a good decision based on the information we had and the overall discussion or opinion of everyone involved in this.
You had an opinion already by photo that that phone belonged to Mr. Oulson from his wife.
No, sir, the discussion that we had is we couldn't conclusively say it was his phone. We had made some assumptions that it did belong to Mr. Oulson. So after this discussion with the command staff, with Detective Proctor, with our bosses and other detectives, the decision was made that we wanted to confirm that it belonged to Mr. Oulson.
Did you take a photograph to Mrs. Oulson and say, Mrs. Oulson, take a look at this phone. Is this your husband's phone?
I believe we did ask her if she recognized it and believed it.
And she told you, that is my husband's phone.
I'm going to ask that he allow the witness to.
My apologies, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Detective, did she tell you that that was her husband's phone?
I believe she said she recognized it to be the same type of phone as his, yes.
Same type, or did she tell you, that is my husband's phone?
I don't recall the exact statement she made.
And so, tell me what was so critical that you could not let the DNA, actually it's not even the lab, your forensic investigators, right there in that same office that you all work out of, why could you not get your investigators to say, hey, listen, forensic, come on over to this room, I want you to swab this phone before I pick it up to turn it off, to turn it on to see if it was Mr. Oulson's phone. That wouldn't have been hard.
Their physical location, yes, is in the same building. Had I made the request, I'm sure they would have come over and done it.
Immediately.
I don't know if immediately, but at some point, I would imagine relatively soon.
But you didn't do that
I did not make a request for DNA processing, no.
at that moment.
No, sir.
And so it was okay to risk the destruction of evidence when it was so easy to contact a forensic investigator to do their job, right? Let's just, who cares, right?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand your question, sir.
It's simple. A phone call, a few minutes, the swabbing doesn't take a whole lot of time, right? You've seen that, right?
The swabbing is relatively simple, yes, sir.
And very quickly, right?
Relatively, yes.
Okay. And you knew at the time that that phone could have been used as a weapon.
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
You never weighed that phone, did you?
I did not weigh it, no, sir.
Was the weight of that phone important to you in your investigation as the crime scene detective? It is a piece of evidence now that you knew that the allegation was made, right?
It was a piece of evidence from the time we arrived, sir.
Why wouldn't weighing it be important?
I do believe it got weighed at some point during the overall investigation, but we did not weigh it that day.
You weighed it after the defense weighed it.
I believe so, yes.
So we had to think of it. You didn't think of it.
I never made a specific request to have it weighed, no, sir.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the video again, because that's an important piece of evidence. So you've left it up to the Cobb Theater to do whatever the Cobb Theater was doing, and you find out 2 days later that right under your nose, the Cobb Theater in Alabama had sent over their IT person in the middle of the night to take the hard drives and seize them and take them out of the Cobb Theater. You found that out.
I did find out at some point that they had removed the hard drives. I don't remember specifically which day it was that I found out, though.
This was the group that you had so much confidence in. Did they call you, Cobb Theater call you and say, hey, detective, I just want to let you know that we are going to go into the Cobb Theater, we're going to seize all of the hard drives, and then we're also going to just dismantle the entire DVR system, and we're going to put something brand new. Did they call you to tell you that?
No, sir, they did not call me.
In fact, you only found out that the hard drives had been seized and removed. Seized even more critically. You knew that there was an officer that had been posted there at the Cobb Theater with tape so that nobody would come through, right?
As far as security on the entrance, yeah,
Yeah.
I believe we did that for several days because I think they closed the theater for a while.
And so there was an officer there making sure that nobody was going to go into the theater and do anything.
No, sir, it was not preserved as a crime scene at that point. We released the crime scene on the day that it occurred. I believe it was mainly at the request of Cobb for security.
Well, that night, some IT person from Melbourne
Yes, sir.
came in and just walked in and
Objection, facts not in evidence.
he knew that it was.
Sustained.
So now, 2 days later, when you find out that the hard drives have been taken away right under your nose to Alabama, you think to yourself, uh-oh, big problem, right? It was a big problem for you.
No, sir, it wasn't a problem. We did have discussion. In a case like this, we never would have suggested the removal of the hard drives because we'd already retrieved reliable copies of the video through normal manners or normal procedures. So once we learned that they had removed them, we knew obviously that they could still be considered items of evidence in the state that we're in, so we decided to secure them just so that we had them for any further analysis and just security purposes.
So wait a minute, what do you mean by you had secured reliable video? You didn't know who had copied any video for you. You didn't know who that person was.
By that time, I did, sir, yes.
Well, who was the person that in Alabama that copied the video for you?
It was their IT manager, Eric Andrews.
Okay. And so by that time, you knew that Eric Andrews, did you know anything about Eric Andrews? Did you know him personally?
Did not know him personally, no,
Did
sir.
you know anything about his education?
No, sir.
Did you know anything about his training?
No, sir, I did
Did
not.
you know anything about his reputation for truthful and honesty?
I didn't, like, on personal basis, I did not know him.
But you knew that
personally.
he worked for the Cobb Theater, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you knew that maybe his alliance was with his boss rather than with you, correct?
I don't know that he had an alliance with anybody, but I did know he was employed by Cobb Theater, yes.
And so now you and Detective Proctor go all the way, hop in your car, right? 2 days later, how many days was it? 2, 3, 4? What was it?
I want to say it was probably about a week.
A week.
I would have to double check, though.
A week later, you get in your car and you go to Alabama, but you don't go to corporate headquarters. You go to the office of a lawyer for the Cobb Theater.
Yes, sir.
Now, prior to going to the Cobb Theater, prior to going to Alabama, did you even know who the IT person was that came in the middle of the night to remove the hard drives?
I don't think that I personally knew his name, no, sir.
So you hadn't investigated that person or even why Cobb Theater found it so urgent that the night of the incident, they were wanting to get their hands on the hard drives.
I don't believe it was the night of the incident, sir, because it took several hours for them to back up the footage, and they wouldn't have been able to remove the drives until that was all complete.
So you don't even know what time this gentleman came?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
So you would be surprised if he arrived at the Cobb Theater somewhere between 7 and 8 on January the 13th of 2014. You'd be surprised. 8 years later from that incident, you would be surprised.
As I said before, I was not aware of what day he showed up.
And the reason you're not aware is that you never investigated that gentleman, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
You never even spoke to that gentleman, did you?
I have spoken with him, I believe. At one point, we were asking details about the type of DVR system that they had made for it, but I think it was like a simple phone call.
Or did you ask him why it was so necessary that the Cobb Theater at 7 to 8 o'clock at night would find the need to send him from Melbourne over here to get those hard drives and fly them to Alabama?
I did not ask him any question about the removal.
Did you
hard
know
drives.
that Cobb Theater had flown an individual from Alabama to meet this gentleman there at the Cobb Theater so that they could take the hard drives immediately to Alabama?
I think I learned that eventually, but at the time I went to Alabama, I don't believe I knew all those details now.
Well, do you know who that individual was that was flown from Alabama to come to the Cobb Theater to pick up those hard drives?
I do not personally know their identity, no, sir.
You never interviewed him?
No, sir, did not.
You never spoke to him to see what his interest was in that whole process?
I did not speak to him, no, sir.
And so now you're at a lawyer's office
Yes, sir, in Birmingham.
that I would imagine had the interest of the Cobb Theater in mind.
He was obviously representing the theater,
Well,
'cause
did you ask the lawyer, hey, why is this stuff at your
Objection,
office?
you can't, attorney-client privilege, you can't do that anyway.
Is ask. Ask.
Sustain.
Okay, so now you're at the lawyer's office, and the lawyer gives you a box or a case, right?
yes, sir, it was a hard plastic case.
What do they call those cases?
That particular one was a Husky case.
A Husky case. And so that case had a lock on it,
Yes, sir.
right? With a key that was given to you.
Yes, sir.
And in front of that lawyer's office, or in front of that lawyer, period, did you get that key and did you open the Husky case to see what was in it?
No, sir, I didn't. The box was sealed with a numbered seal, so I did not break that seal.
Well, didn't you want to know what was in the box?
I received an inventory sheet from the attorney outlining the different drives and the bag numbers that they were inside the box.
Did you know this attorney personally?
No, sir.
Did you know his level of honesty and truthfulness?
Objection, relevancy, property.
I think it's very relevant, Your Honor.
All overruled.
Did you know?
I did not know him personally, no, sir.
And so you were taking for granted a piece of paper that he was giving you as to what the contents of that box was?
I was definitely taking it on face value because he was presenting me with something that we had never had before. We had never had the drives in our possession, so I did not have any knowledge or way to know how many drives there should have been or what was there. So I did take him, yes, on face value as to what he told me was in that
So you
box.
did inventory before leaving, you didn't inventory that in his presence so that later on if he said, oh, detective, I don't know what happened, you must have, lost them or what have you, but they were in there. Look at the sheet of paper, detective. It says, 25, hard drives. And, there's only 5. You had it. You should have opened it here in front of me. You never did that.
We inventoried it at a later date, but not at the attorney's office, no, sir.
Well, you inventoried it at a much later date, only through necessity, right?
At that point, the box had been opened, so we felt that we should account for what was in there, yes, sir.
Because what happened was, is you got that sealed box that had a lock, you brought it over to the Pasco County Sheriff's Office, to their evidence room, and you put that in evidence without ever opening that box,
Correct,
without ever doing any inventory of that box.
correct.
Do you normally do that with boxes that you find at crime scenes? It's a box, I don't know what's actually in it, but I'm gonna put it at the sheriff's office in their evidence room.
The box didn't come from a crime scene, and it came with documentation, like I said, from the attorney telling us what was in there, and the purpose for packaging in that way was to keep the seal intact. So if we did have to analyze it in any way or have someone come testify to it, that they could testify that they sealed the box and the seal was in fact intact.
You don't know why it was at the lawyer's office, do you?
I guess I don't understand what you mean.
You don't know why that box was not at corporate headquarters versus the attorney's office. You have no idea.
No, I don't know why they chose to store it where they did.
questions.
Thank you. Good time for a break. Let's take a 10-minute recess. Remember my instructions during the break, and be back 10:46.
All right, we're in the recess.
we ready to go? All right, Tina, bring them in.
Jurors in the courtroom, Your Honor.
Okay.
Jurors, please be seated. All jurors are present at this time.
Thank you. Are we ready to begin? Mr. Martin? Detective, I'll remind you, you're still under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. Then may this witness be released?
No, Your Honor.
You want him on standby?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Detective, you are free to go, but if you get called back, you have to come.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Take
Thank you.
care. Who's next?
Your Honor, the defense would call Detective Anthony Bossone.
Aaron Smith. A-A-R-O.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Speak into the mic, I don't want trouble hearing.
Madam Court Reporter, do you need his name spelled? Okay.
Go ahead, thank you.
Good morning, Detective Bossone.
Good morning.
Detective, tell me when you became a law enforcement officer in Pasco County.
2000.
Okay, and you were initially, what, assigned to patrol?
Correct.
And how long were you in the patrol division?
5 years.
And so you would have been there till 2009, 2010
2005.
to 2005. You're right. That's why I became a lawyer, right? And in 2005, you were promoted to the detective division.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and what section of the detective division?
Property crimes.
And how long were you in property crimes?
4 years.
So you would have been leaving there in 2009.
Correct.
What happened in 2009?
I was transferred to the major crime section.
Okay, and what's major crimes?
Investigates rape, robbery, homicide.
Okay, and so when you went into major crime, did you take any courses specifically with the investigation of homicides?
Yes.
And would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what course you were required to take in order to be a homicide detective here in Pasco County with the Sheriff's Office?
Homicide investigation course, crime scene investigations, robbery investigation, sexual assault investigations.
Okay, and those were in order to give you the training that you needed in order to do your job?
Correct.
Okay. And so you were in that particular unit for how long?
Until 2013.
Okay. And so I would imagine you assisted in many homicides during that period of time, whatever homicides were taking place, correct?
Yes.
Because you all work as a unit.
That's correct.
Is that correct? Okay. So what happens in 2013 in reference to your movement from major crimes?
The sheriff's office formed a cyber crimes unit, and I became one of the members.
And it's my understanding that even before becoming a member of the cybercrime unit, you were already in the process of training in that particular field.
That's correct.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury your training in the area of cyber crimes and what that means. Some may not know what cyber crimes even means.
So our unit, we investigated internet crimes against children, which is child pornography, and we also conducted digital forensic examinations.
What courses did you take in order to gear you or to have, your level of expertise in that particular unit?
Basic data recovery and acquisition, intermediate data recovery and acquisition, seized computer evidence recovery specialist. I became certified as a computer forensic examiner through IASIS, which is the International Association of Computer Investigations Specialists, in 2015, and I continued taking courses related to computer forensics and mobile forensics.
Okay, and so you went through quite a rigorous period, is that correct?
Correct.
And correct me if I'm wrong, in addition to investigating these internet sex crimes, that unit was also supposed to assist other units within the sheriff's office with the recovery and preservation of digital evidence.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And that would have been your unit that would be responsible for securing that sort of evidence.
Correct.
Now, while you were a homicide detective, you had taken all these courses as well in trying to recreate a crime scene, correct?
Correct.
And you actually served also as a crime scene detective when you were working in homicide, correct?
Correct.
And so the issue of witness contamination was always at the forefront of your thoughts when you were investigating homicides, correct?
Correct.
And the reason being is that you certainly don't want to contaminate evidence, right?
Right.
And you don't want to contaminate witnesses,
No.
correct? Both of them are equally bad.
They're bad.
Okay. And when you contaminate witnesses or when you contaminate evidence, you can't undo the contamination, correct?
Correct.
Especially with witnesses, because they tend to actually believe and hold as their own information that they have heard from others that may be totally wrong.
They may do that.
And so if you allow witness contamination, you got a big problem
Potentially.
because you can't undo it.
Correct.
And so when you go to these crime scenes, the first order of business, if you've got a bunch of witnesses, is you've got to separate them, right?
Yes.
And you've got to instruct them not to discuss anything that they may have seen with each other. Correct? And not only do you have to separate them and instruct them, you have to keep people, officers, near them to make sure that they don't violate that very special rule.
Yes.
And certainly you've done that in your investigations a multitude of times, correct?
Yes.
You learned that back as far as the police academy when you first started your career as a law enforcement officer.
Yes.
It's a basic tool, right?
Correct.
Now, your recovery of digital evidence, and correct me if I'm calling it correct, digital evidence,
It's good.
you can collect it at your office, right? In your lab, in your
Yes.
surrounding. But you can also collect it at the scene.
Yes.
You collect it wherever it's at, correct?
Correct.
And you make sure that when you collect it in such a way that you don't destroy, correct?
Correct.
And that you don't misplace,
Correct.
so that at a later time we can share that with the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and with the court for their view.
Correct.
Extremely important job.
Yes.
When you all started that cybercrime unit, the Pasco County Sheriff's Office was very proud of what you all were doing, correct?
I believe so.
It was a special time with that department to have people of your skill doing this kind of work to help all of the departments, right?
Correct.
And all these departments knew that you all were available to them, correct?
Yes.
And not only were you available, you all had developed relationships with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Correct.
So if they were needed, they were merely a phone call away.
Correct.
They had likewise very sophisticated equipment there at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, correct?
Correct.
Many years of knowledge in this field as well.
Yes.
If at any time you needed to call on their services in order to preserve evidence, they were there to assist the Pasco County Sheriff's Office.
Yes.
You also had developed a special relationship with the FBI for that same reason. If you needed to call the FBI for some help in this particular area, they were available.
So we had members that were task force officers, so yes.
And so being task force officers, meaning that you are working together with the FBI for the common purpose of investigating cases properly
Correct.
for our system of justice.
Correct.
And so if you all had been in a scene and there was a stumbling block of what have you, and you all needed to find out some information, FDLE, FBI, you could do that.
We could.
The three officers that started, or they were the first officers in this unit, were yourself, Papinella, and Lindsay. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So in 2013, that's exactly what this unit started to do, right? Investigate these horrible crimes against children, as well as assisting other departments, including homicide, correct?
Correct.
With preservation of digital evidence.
Yes.
And that would include video evidence, right?
Could, yes.
Okay. So by 2014, specifically January of 2014, this unit was rock solid.
Yes.
Don't be bashful. You had a very good reputation in Pasco County for your expertise and skill, correct?
Correct.
So in January 13th of 2014, you were asked to come to the Cobb Theater to assist in the investigation of this case, correct?
Yes.
And yourself went, right?
I did.
Papinella went?
I believe so.
Lindsay went.
Yes.
And so you went to the Cobb Theater certainly to assist investigators in your area of expertise,
Yes.
or whatever else they needed you to do, right?
If they needed something else, sure.
You were likewise an experienced homicide detective, correct?
Correct.
And was Lindsay likewise an experienced homicide detective?
He was.
And was Papinella likewise an experienced homicide detective?
I don't believe he had been prior major crimes, but Lindsay definitely was.
Okay. So we have two individuals that are experienced homicide detectives, and those two individuals are also part of the cybercrime unit for the Pasco County Sheriff's Office that are called to go to this theater to help out.
Correct.
Now, you get there to the theater and you meet with Sergeant Sessa, is that correct?
Yes.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who Sergeant Sessa is.
He was a sergeant of one of the major crime squad covering District 3.
And Sergeant Sessa did something very important with you. The first thing that Sergeant Sessa did when you arrived is that he actually took you in to the crime scene,
He did.
right? That was not unusual for you, right?
No.
You arrive at a homicide scene, you're going to assist in a homicide. You want to go into the crime scene.
Sure, if need be.
You want to evaluate, you want to look, you want to see what evidence is present, because if you're going to be doing interviews with witnesses, that process of assessing the crime scene is going to help you tremendously in that interview.
Yeah.
You've done it a multitude of times, right?
Correct.
And you agree that it's a very important function in the investigation of any crime.
Yes.
One of the things that you're able to do once you see the scene is that you're able to develop these questions, these specific questions that you need answered sometimes in a homicide or in any crime.
Correct.
And, you know, if you go into a scene and you see that there's a phone on the floor and you're able to ask the witnesses, hey, where were you seated? And, you know, whose phone is that you see that's on the floor? Those are critical questions in a case. You need to capture that immediately from the witness, right?
Yes.
And certainly, a recorder is very important, right?
A recorder is important, yes.
You're going to record individuals. You're going to actually turn the recorder on even before you start the interview, right?
Yes, you want them to hear you and recording the introduction.
And you also want to capture their emotion and all of the human elements that go into an interview of a crime,
Yes.
right? You want to capture that on voice. So
Correct.
that later on, not only are you telling the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you believe these witnesses say, but they can hear it for themselves, and they can also hear the emotion, the doubt, the confidence, all those things, right?
Correct.
And that's not something that Rick Escobar came up with. That's something that you've been trained for years, not only in homicide, but in every walk of your law enforcement career.
Correct.
You also know how critical video surveillance evidence can be.
Yes.
And whenever you have video surveillance evidence, you certainly want to view it, right?
Yes.
Because it can give you all sorts of information that you can use not only with the interview of witnesses, but in recreating what actually took place at the time of the incident.
Correct.
It can be very powerful,
Yes.
right? And sometimes that video evidence, if it's not of good quality, can be enlarged, correct?
Correct.
It can be enhanced by lighting, correct?
Sure.
In order to better suit you for your investigation, correct?
Yes.
As long as you're not distorting what is being captured, right?
Right.
And so, something that was very important that day that Sergeant Sessa asked you to do was to capture any video evidence that was present there at the Cobb Theater, specifically on January 13, 2014, Theater 10.
Yes.
And so when he told you that he wanted you to do that, you took that request seriously.
Yes.
He's a supervisor, right?
He is.
And he has a vast amount of experience, right?
Yes.
And so you want to follow those directions.
Yes.
And so that's exactly what you did. You said, hey, Sarge, not a problem, I'm going to do that.
Correct.
And you went over to a manager there at the Cobb Theater and you said, hey, I want to view video in this case. I want to see your IT room, I want to see the cameras, I want to see it all. Correct?
Correct.
And he told you, well, just wait a minute, I'm going to call management and, you know, I'll be right with you, right?
More or less, I was waiting on, them gathering what places had video surveillance, but yes.
Because you wanted to gather it all, right?
Sure, as much as possible.
Okay. And what happens then is that Detective Aaron Smith approaches you and tells you, Detective Bossone, I am taking over the gathering of any video. It is my responsibility.
Yes.
That's what he told you.
He said he was assigned to take over getting the video.
And so you know Detective Smith, right?
I do.
And you believed him.
Yes.
And so you said, okay, if you've been told that you're going to be responsible, then you're going to be responsible.
Right.
Obviously, at that point in time, wasn't a whole lot for you to do with reference to this video because you have been taken off of that assignment.
Correct.
And despite the fact that you were taken off that assignment by Detective Aaron Smith, you stayed just in case anybody needed your help, right?
Yes, we stayed on scene to see if there was any additional assistance needed.
And you would agree that Detective Lindsay, who was also part of the cybercrime unit, was also there if anybody needed assistance.
Well, I believe he had gone to interview Mrs. Oulson.
Okay, but at least he was there initially,
Yes,
if they needed him, right?
correct.
Okay. And certainly he was only a phone call away after he finished that interview, right?
Yes,
And he would have had the similar expertise as you had.
yes,
You certainly realized when you were taken off this assignment how important properly capturing the video in this case could be, correct?
yes.
You hadn't seen it yet.
No,
But certainly, if you were going to continue to be in charge, you were going to make sure that that process that you were going to be using was controlled by you and other members of the cybercrime unit and nobody else.
yes,
You weren't going to let some employee of Cobb or whoever control the preservation of that very important piece of evidence. Am I correct?
so we would needed their assistance initially, sure, but we would have collected it.
You would have collected it.
Yes,
You would have said, take me up to your IT room. I want to see your IT room, correct?
correct.
You would have gone into that IT room and you would have certainly documented the equipment that was present in that IT room, correct?
Pertaining to the digital video system, yes,
You would have determined how many DVRs were there, correct?
yes.
You would have determined how many hard drives were there, correct?
Depending on the system, but we would document the DVR.
Okay. And the reason you want to do that is you want to do that as early as possible because at some point in time, someone's going to ask you, what was there on January the 13th of 2014, right?
Yes,
And you certainly do not want any loopholes in that chain, right?
no,
Detective, you never had the opportunity to go upstairs to that IT room, correct?
no, that was taken over by Detective Smith.
Now, in these DVRs, you are aware that they have proprietary software, correct?
Yes,
And so you're familiar with this type of equipment, you're familiar with how to properly preserve evidence that's contained within a DVR, correct?
yes, the most DVRs, or DVR software has an export function to where you can identify, camera and what, length of time, the footage you want to capture.
And not only that, you can copy it right there and then, but clearly you can view it, right?
Yes, you can.
You can view it, you can copy it right then and there, and even more importantly, you can actually seize the hard drives and do what's called imaging, right?
So we can do that, yes,
Yes, that's what I said, you can do that.
we can.
Tell the jury what imaging a hard drive entails.
It is making what would be considered a bit-for-bit copy, like an exact copy of the hard drive.
Okay, and so if you make a bit-for-bit copy of the existing or the original hard drive, and the hard drive goes away somewhere, you still have the true and accurate bit-for-bit copy, right?
Yes,
And you could do that because you all are experienced and you have an expertise in that process.
Correct.
So if Sergeant Sessa had said, hey, listen, I'm glad that we saw the video, I'm glad that we've copied it there at the Cobb Theater, but I want one more step of assurance. I want to actually image those hard drives. That would not have been difficult for you to do.
If they had made that request, we could handle it, yes.
In fact, you know that it would not be difficult because about a year after this case, Detective Aaron Smith came to you with some hard drives and said, Detective Bossone, would you please image these hard drives for me?
Yes,
Am I correct?
correct.
And supposedly, those were some of the hard drives that pertain to the system of the Cobb Theater.
Correct.
And again, you believe that when you are seizing video evidence, that law enforcement should take absolute control of the process of capturing.
Answer, Your Honor.
I think he's right, sustained.
You certainly are not going to allow some outside entity to do that for you.
That's the answer, Your Honor. We've been through this.
Sustained.
Every video surveillance system that you have ever encountered, you've been able to make a copy of video footage, correct?
So one way or another, like, we've gone out to systems where the owner didn't know the password, so we would take different steps. But, in those instances, we would image the hard drive and to preserve it and try to bypass the password. So one way or another, we would try to collect from a system.
And you would agree, you've been a detective long enough that if the owner, good old Cobb Theater, says, well, you're not going to do that. There's a process in place in our system of justice of applying for a search warrant, getting a court to issue a search warrant, and in the meantime, seizing that particular facility until the judge decides whether to sign it or not, correct?
Correct.
Meaning that our system of justice has absolute, complete control of that issue.
Yes.
Cobb Theater is not going to be the one that decides whether evidence is preserved or not.
Correct.
You agree, would you not, that private industry, private business, may have a different interest in those videos or hard drives than law enforcement?
Yes.
You have a shooting that takes place in a theater. The owner of that theater may have some concerns for themselves, not for the Pasco County Sheriff's Office. You would agree with that?
I do.
It's not the first time you've encountered that issue, correct?
No, it's not.
You also are of the belief that when you're preserving evidence, you're not preserving evidence just for the prosecution, correct?
Correct.
You're preserving evidence for the defense, for the community, and for our system of justice.
Yes.
When Aaron Smith came to you a year later to copy some hard drives, how many hard drives did he give you?
10.
He gave you 10 hard drives. You didn't know whether those were the 10 hard drives that existed on January the 13th of 2014.
Well, I would have no way of knowing. I wasn't part of collecting that.
And you weren't aware whether maybe there were more hard drives that were not given to you.
No, I wouldn't.
Did Detective Aaron Smith ever come to you with reference to an issue of an iPhone that was located in Theater 10, specifically the very back row, middle section on the floor?
No.
That's an area of expertise for yourself as well, is it not?
Mobile forensics, yes.
And so you've had quite a bit of studies in that particular area as well.
Correct.
And you would agree that there is a right way and a wrong way of preserving digital evidence, frankly, any evidence, in a phone.
Yes.
I mean, you can do some things that are not the right way of handling it.
Sure.
The one thing that you want to do, and you want to make sure, is that you want to block any incoming signals. You want to isolate that device. You don't want any network or connection to infiltrate that phone, correct?
Correct.
And you certainly don't want to turn off the phone if you could possibly do so.
So it would be ideally you would want to collect data from the device before it's been shut off if possible.
And the reason that you want to do that is if you turn off a cell phone, you could lose information.
You could.
And so, again, that's a pretty basic concept in, even if you're not in cyber crimes, is that, you know, your detectives are instructed out there that you find a phone and you can possibly keep it on and put it on airplane mode or do whatever needs to be done to prevent, you know, data from being lost. You don't turn it off, right?
If possible, yes. Avoid turning it off.
I mean, you all give memos out to the different divisions. It's not something that you keep as a secret, right? You try to help them.
Well, there's been in-service training for detectives on basic procedure.
That you all give,
Yes.
so that they don't make the mistakes that they can possibly make out there in an investigation.
Correct.
And so, since Detective Smith is a friend of yours, he is a friend of yours.
He is.
Since Detective Smith is a friend of yours, you didn't get any call from Detective Smith saying, hey, Detective Bossone, I got this phone on the floor. Can you tell me, can I turn it off, or what should I do in order to maximize the protection of information on that phone?
No, I did not.
You didn't get that phone call.
No.
You also agree that sometimes when you've got an item like a phone, there may be other forensic evidence on that phone, correct?
Potentially,
Or
yes.
DNA,
Yes.
fingerprints.
Could be, sure.
Right? And so you all work pretty well with your forensic unit in making sure that nobody steps on each other's toes, right?
Correct.
That things are done to the very best degree to preserve evidence on a phone, right?
Yes.
And so sometimes you're called out to a scene and there's a phone and there's a couple of questions. Number one, we want to know what the contents of the phone are, but you know, we also want to know whose DNA is on that phone. We want to know whose fingerprints on that phone. And so you work with the forensic investigators to make sure that everybody gets what they want to get in a safe and protective manner.
Sure.
Right? That's not an oddity. That's very common, right?
No, it's common.
That's why you all work as a group, right?
Yes.
As a team.
Yes.
You didn't get any phone calls from any forensic tech in this case, did you?
I did not.
Had you gotten a call, you would have cooperated thoroughly with them and with Detective Smith, correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Cross?
No question,
Thank you. May this witness be released? You want him on standby?
Stand by, Your Honor.
All right, Detective, you're free to go, but if you get a call to come back, you're gonna have to come back.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Counsel approach? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and break for lunch now, and I'll have you back at, say, 12:30, take an hour for lunch. Remember my instructions during the recess, and show up back at the jury pool room. Thank you.
All right, we're in recess for lunch in 1 hour.
Stay on for a minute.
Jury is out, Your Honor.
Thank you. Real quick, before I go off the record, present, all the folks that were present from the beginning of proceedings this morning have been Mr. Scott Rosenwasser for the state, Manny Garcia for the state, Glenn Martin for the state, defense, Mr. Richard Escobar, Mr. Dino Michaels, Mr. Reeves has been present at the table, Matt Funderburk, and Karina Flores, all present for defense. Thank you.
So sorry, thank you, Ms. Flores.
yet.
Thank you, everyone, to make these two.
All right, we ready to start up again? Okay. All right, you want to bring him? Oh, okay.
Chairs in the courtroom, Your Honor.
All righty.
Chairs may be seated. Officers are present and accounted for, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for returning. Were you all able to abide by my instructions during the recess? All right, excellent. Then we'll get started. Mr. Escobar?
The defense would call John Sillis.
Sit right here, raise your right hand and face the court.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give on this call shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Escobar.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sillis.
Hi,
Would you please state your full name for the record?
John P. Sillis.
And Mr. Sillis, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your occupation is?
I'm the owner of Innovative Surveillance LLC in Melbourne, Florida.
And can you tell us what that business entails?
Installation and maintenance of video security equipment
And how long have you been doing that?
since 2003.
Okay, and so you were obviously in that business in 2013 and 2014, is that correct?
Correct.
And was one of your clients the Cobb Theater?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to January the 13th of 2014 and ask you if you received a phone call from management at the Cobb Theater.
Yes, I did.
And what did that call entail?
Objection, hearsay.
Just to show his actions.
We don't want to hear what the conversation was, but the gist of,
Okay,
What
I can rephrase it so that,
yeah, sustained.
as a result of that conversation, were you directed to go to the Cobb Theater?
Yes.
And what were you directed to go do at the Cobb Theater?
To go to the IT room and remove all the hard drives from all the recorders.
And when were you expected to do that?
They said as soon as possible.
Did that indicate that day, on the 13th, you were supposed to do it?
Yes, I went there that night.
And did they also want you to fly those hard drives that night?
Objection, all hearsay.
Were you supposed to fly those hard drives to Alabama that night?
They requested it, but I told,
Just to show his further actions.
Still hearsay.
Yeah, I don't know what exception there would be. I'll sustain.
Did you agree to go to Alabama with those hard drives and deliver them to Cobb Theater?
No,
Okay. So as a result of that conversation, did you in fact go to the Cobb Theater?
yes,
And that's here in the Wesley Chapel area?
yes,
Is that correct?
yes.
Okay. About what time do you think that you arrived at the Cobb Theater?
There's no way I can remember that. It was in the evening. It was dark out. That's all I remember.
Okay. And when you arrived, was there someone stationed there at the Cobb Theater, a police officer?
There were many police officers stationed there.
Okay. And did you have to speak to those police officers prior to gaining entry into the Cobb Theater?
Yes, several.
And what did you tell those police officers in order to gain entry into the Cobb Theater?
Objection, hearsay?
What he told them? He's subject to cross-examination? It's not hearsay.
I'll overrule.
Well, I just want to make sure, just approach it.
Yeah.
In order to gain entry into the Cobb Theater?
It seems like they knew ahead of time I was going to be there because I told them who I was and they said, come on in.
So you told the officer, hey, this is who I am, and they said, just come on in?
Yeah.
Okay. And so where did you go there at the theater? Did you go to the IT room?
Yes, that's where, yeah, that's where I had to go because that's where the recorders were. I knew the location and someone had unlocked the door to let me in.
Okay, and do you know who unlocked the door in order to let you in?
I do not recall.
Okay. And so that, I'm calling it an IT room, I don't know if that's what they call it, but let's call it a video surveillance room.
Yeah, or server room. Server room is more
There you go.
appropriate.
So that's upstairs, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you are familiar with that system, are you not?
Yes.
Not bec,
This is direct examination.
we've also have an order. This is a state witness that we're calling.
No, the
Was he?
Approach.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, when you got there, you went upstairs, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you went up there, were you familiar with that system?
Yes.
And how was it that you were familiar with that system?
I built it years
built-
ago.
You built the system?
Yeah.
Would you maintain the system as well?
Yes.
And so I would imagine, would you also visit and frequent the Cobb Theater to do regular maintenance?
Whenever they called, yes.
Okay. And so did you know how that system operated? In other words, did you know what DVR and what hard drive worked with what cameras?
Not exactly, because I didn't install the cameras. I took the system over from another company years ago, and the cameras last longer than recorders do typically, so the cameras are original from way before me, but the recorders are relatively new.
Okay, and so you didn't know which hard drives would be capturing the information from which cameras is what you're telling me, is that correct?
Correct.
Who would have known that? Do you know?
They're IT people.
Okay, meaning cops,
Correct.
IT people.
Correct.
Okay, and so you get there, and what do you do?
They told me just take all the hard drives out, pack them,
Objection, this is hearsay.
Sustained.
What did you do?
remove the hard drives.
Okay, so how many DVRs were there in that system?
I believe 5.
And how many hard drives did each system have?
Each one had 2 for the video and 1 for the operating system.
So that would have been
3 per
three
recorder.
per DVR.
Correct.
That would have made 15 hard drives.
Yes.
Okay. And so you took all those out, and what did you do with them?
Just packed them up to prepare them for shipping, put them in a box, and that was it.
Okay, and who did you hand those hard drives to?
It was a representative from Cobb Corporate.
That had flown down from
Yes.
Cobb Corporate
Right,
that very night?
yes.
And so you handed that to that individual, and he or she took possession of it?
Yes,
Okay. And did you do anything else there that particular night?
that was it.
Okay. Did you provide them at any point in time with any type of equipment so that they could continue to operate, their business?
I brought over some loaners later on after the theater reopened. They were closed for a while. I just can't recall for
Okay.
how long or when I got back.
Okay, and did you change their system at all at any point in the future?
No, as far as I recall, I just got everything running again, and it was back to the way it normally was.
Did there come a point in time, sir, that you actually replaced their entire system?
You mean after the event?
Yes.
See, at one time, we went through an upgrade of recorders, replacing old ones with new ones, and I just can't recall if this happened before or after.
Okay,
It's too many years to go back.
I got you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Claus? Yeah.
Very briefly.
Okay.
So you indicated there were 15 hard drives total, correct?
Yes,
Okay, 5 DVRs. That's a digital video recorder?
right.
Right. And then you said each one has 2 video and 1 operating system, correct?
Typically, yes.
Okay. Or are you talking about this one or just typically?
I'm not 100% sure they are all populated like I mentioned, but I think they were. Like I said, we're going back quite a few years.
Okay, so you're saying then, in this case, you're just not sure?
Right.
All right. But
90% sure.
okay.
Best I could do.
All right, we'll give you 90% sure.
Okay.
All right, so when you say operating system, that's not videos, that's kind of just like maybe the player, so to speak, something like that?
Like Windows.
Okay, so then we have, 10 video and 5
That would-
Windows operating systems?
That would be correct, yeah.
Okay, and the videos would just be from different cameras within the entire theater complex?
Yes.
Do you know how many cameras were in Theater 10?
Not exactly, because the recorders did not have every single channel populated. Every recorder could handle 16 cameras, but they did not have 16 times 5 cameras total.
Okay, and then all the entire operating system was for everything in the Cobb Theater, and this is kind of what I'm getting at. So let's say theater number 10 had 2 cameras. There was cameras at the concession area, cameras at the ticket area, cameras in the lobby area. That's what we mean by all the videos, correct?
Correct.
All right, so when we're talking about 10 different videos, it's for the entire Cobb Theater area.
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay. Your Honor?
Yes.
Nothing further, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any redirect? May this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Sillis, you're free to go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Who's next?
Defense calls Jennifer Shaw.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Michaels.
Please state your name.
Jennifer Shaw.
Okay. Do you know this gentleman right here, Mr. Curtis Reeves?
Yes, sir, I do.
How do you know him?
He's my father.
So your maiden name is Reeves,
Yes, sir.
and what do you do for a living?
I am a vice president for a large national bank.
We're going to talk about some of your observations and maybe some of your experiences growing up that relate to your parents. And so Vivian Reeves is your mother.
Yes, sir.
Your parents and their physical activities and your observations through the years, okay?
Okay.
All right, now,
Your Honor, may I check?
Yeah.
Briefly?
as I was saying, we're going to talk about your observations of your mother and father as you grew up and then as you got older and then as they got older, okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, as a family, when you were younger, what sort of activities, physical activities, did you all do as a family?
Most of the things we did as a family was outdoors.
For instance, what?
We took family vacations every year. A lot of times those consisted of camping, hiking, fishing, bicycling, just about everything outdoors. My brother was active in Boy Scouts. I was active in Girl Scouts. My dad was very active in Boy Scouts, taught my brother's soccer team. So most of what we did was physical and outside.
Okay, and so you saw your father was very strong. He could hike, right? With
Yes,
you
sir.
all? Is that true? And your mother, could she do that as well?
Yes, sir, she did. We were kids, so we could keep up with her then.
Okay, and so then in terms of camping, would your father set up the camp for everyone?
We all had responsibilities, but yes, I mean, obviously he orchestrated what needed to be done, but we were all assigned different tasks and different ways of helping. So it was a team effort.
Now, you know that you know what your father did for a living as you were growing up into your teenage years, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what did he do?
He was a captain for the City of Tampa Police Department.
And was your father a person that, for instance, went running on a regular basis?
He did. At that time, he ran. He started having trouble running, so he switched to cycling, which was less impact on his body.
Okay. And so you saw him at least at some point not able to run anymore.
Correct.
Okay. And so he took up bicycling. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you got married, right?
Yes,
Okay. And did you marry a police officer?
I did. He also was a City of Tampa police officer.
All right. But then at some point, that didn't work out, is that correct?
Correct.
And so, we're going from, kind of have a cutoff point at January 13th of 2014. We're going to look before that, okay?
Okay.
Now, as an adult, you were out of the house, but did you visit your parents regularly?
Yes, sir. We visited regularly, would go out to dinner and meet for dinner. Sometimes we did activities, and we still did family vacations in the fall where my family, Matt, and my parents, we'd rent a house together and go up to the mountains.
Okay. And when you would go out with them as you got older, did you notice anything about their physical appearance? In other words, for instance, did you look at your father's hands and see any difference?
Oh, yes. They started looking like old man hands.
And what about your mother's hands?
Same thing.
Now, at some point, you actually moved into the same house as them, their house.
I did.
And when was that?
That was in April of 2013.
Okay. And did you have a child?
I did. She had just turned a year old in February.
Okay. And is that Madison?
Correct.
And so she was a year old when you moved into the home?
Yes, sir.
And that was in 2013?
Yes, sir.
All right. So between 2013 and January of 2014, you were living with your mother?
That's correct.
And your father?
Yes, sir.
And Madison, as you split custody with?
Correct.
Okay. With your now ex-husband. Now, as you saw your parents on a daily basis, did you make observations regarding, for instance, different things that they were unable to do? Well, let me ask you this. Let's go back a little bit. One of the things you talked about is kayaking. That's something you did with your father
Yes, sir.
and your mother.
Yes.
Was there a time that you can tell us about where it kind of hit you that your father couldn't do the things he used to be able to do when it came to kayaking, maybe sometime before 2014?
Yes, sir. It was actually, I moved into their house. I left my husband in April of 2013 and moved into their home. We actually went kayaking that very same month, which is the last time we went kayaking all together as a family. And Matt was with us. It was me and then both of my parents, my mother and father.
And Matt's your brother?
Correct. So we went on the kayaking trip, and the kayak paddles are two-part paddles where you have to press in a little button and pull them apart. And it was a harsh reality as a child to see your father not be able to do that. He asked me for help to pull them apart.
Okay. At some point, you and your husband had a motorcycle,
We did.
and your mom and dad had one too?
Yes, sir.
Did you used to go on trips together?
We did. We rode with them some locally, and this would have been from a time frame. It would have been before I was pregnant with my daughter, so it would have been, 2011 or prior. So we rode some with them locally, and then we also trailered the bikes up to the mountains and rode some as well.
Okay. Now, what sort of observations did you make of your father getting onto the motorcycle? Was it easy? Could he just swing his leg over and get on the seat?
No, sir. It was actually quite frightening thinking that that he had to hold that thing up and get himself on, and then it was even more frightening to see my mom try to get on. Once they got on and got situated, they could go okay, but the getting on and off was rough.
Okay, and what sort of realization, what hit you about seeing that?
Just that.
Yes. Get seated, but just for a moment, please. Thanks. Okay, you want to bring him in? Thank you.
Jurors are in the courtroom, Your Honor. Jurors may be seated.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy. Go ahead, Mr. Michaels.
We were talking about the one trick that you remember specifically, where you were with your then husband on a motorcycle, your father was with your mother, mom and dad on their motorcycle, and you were talking about how your father had frightened you because he couldn't get on, and your mother also kind of...
Objection, leading.
Well, I'm just giving background to the question. I'm asking a different question.
I'll allow it for this purpose.
And
There will.
you testified how your mother, when she got on the back, you were even more frightened. Tell me how that impacted you in terms of realizing that, now your parents weren't these strong people taking care of you and they had somehow changed. Tell me what your thoughts were when you saw that.
Objection, relevance, her thoughts are on her parents changing.
I'll overrule.
Go ahead.
I think it's a hard, like I mentioned before, it's a harsh reality when your parents have always been able to do everything. They've always set the pace for your family growing up and always been so active, and just to see that that's not the case anymore. And I don't think they really considered themselves having difficulty or what have you. They wanted to live and still enjoy
Objection, Your Honor, this
things.
is going beyond the scope of the question.
All right. I'll
We'll move
suspend.
on a little, Your Honor.
Thank you.
That's fine. And so, I'm not here to suggest that, your mom and dad were somehow invalids. I mean, your father, can you see he's using a cane now? You know that, right?
Yes.
And certainly back then, he wasn't using a cane.
No, sir.
We're talking about 2013, 2014, you were living with him.
Correct.
In fact, your father was still pretty active, right?
Yes,
Is that-
sir.
Would you agree with me? I mean, did he mow the yard?
Yes, sir.
It was a ride-on mower, right?
Of course.
Did he or your mother trim the hedges as far as you knew while you were living there?
Yes, when I would leave for work, so I wasn't watching them do it, but I know that Dad would plan to, they would plan to do any yard work first thing in the morning so that it was still cool outside and they could take before the heat of the day. But when I would leave for work, when I'd come home from work, it would be done, so.
I mean, you would agree with me or disagree that your father and mother, they were still active and able to work around the house?
Yes, sir.
Another hobby of your father's is sporting clays, or was sporting clays.
Yes, sir.
And tell us about that. What is shooting sporting clays mean?
Sporting clays is where there's typically a course set up with different stations, and at each of the stations there are, at the place that we went to, there are mechanical machines that throw what's referred to as a pigeon or a clay pigeon. It's a piece of clay, a round piece of clay, and it slings it up into the air, and then you use a shotgun to shoot that clay.
Okay, and did your father teach you how to do that, how to shoot sporting clays?
Yes, sir, between my father, my brother, and my ex-husband, yes.
And is that something you would do together?
Yes, sir, we did, on occasion.
Now, at some point through 2014, through January, your father was still able to do that, was he?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you have to walk that, what you call a course?
You don't have to. You can rent a golf course, or you can choose a golf cart, or you can choose to walk, but we walked the course.
At some point, did your father get a lighter gun to more easily, that was more easy to handle?
Yes, sir, he did.
And to do the clay shooting or sporting clays?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, at the time when you were living with your mother and father, you said your daughter was living there, Madison?
Correct.
And how old was she?
When we moved in, she was 13 months old.
And would you take walks around the block with your father and mother with Madison in a wagon?
We did. I would pull Madison in a wagon, and then I usually had my dog with me, too.
Okay. And what about your father? He's pulled Madison in the wagon.
Yes, sir, he did when she was little.
Now, at the time you were living at the house, your father would also ride a bicycle?
Correct.
Right. He was able to do that.
Yes, sir.
So let's talk about some of the other things you noticed. Would you agree or disagree with me that when you were living with your mother and father, your mom and dad, you saw them every day, that you saw things that you didn't see in terms of their aging process when you would just see them for dinner or to get together or that sort of thing? Would you agree with me or disagree with that?
Agree. Yes, sir.
Let's talk about some of the things that you noticed. Did you notice, for instance, your father being very susceptible or cutting easy? In other words, did you see him brush against a tree and have his skin cut?
Sure. Actually, both of them, that would be applicable to both of them. Their skin, both of them, is like tissue thin, and just bumping it on this counter would cause it to kind of wrinkle up and bruise and bleed. And
Would you say that your experience living there, that you had trouble seeing, that you saw your parents, your mother and father, mom and dad, have trouble functioning on a daily basis, doing some very rudimentary things, some very routine things?
yes, sir. I think, well, when you hear about it, when you're not living there and prior to living there, you hear about their doctor's appointments numerous times. I was at the doctor Monday. It seemed like they were at the doctor all the time. You hear about their different ailments. But then when I moved in, I started to see all of those things. I started to see how, like I said, their skin, when they would bump up against something, it felt like every week I was coming home to somebody being injured and having a bandage on them. I saw how my dad would reach down to try to pick Madison up, and sometimes he could pick her up, but there were other times where he couldn't, and he would put her back down. Just, I don't know if it was the way he was standing or what. I saw where, and I had heard about this, but I hadn't seen it, where his fingers would lock up and he wouldn't be able,
Objection, hearsay.
and he wouldn't be able to.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay, did you see his fingers lock up?
I did.
Okay, and tell us about that. Tell us about that observation.
It's just, and his hands were like that all the time. It would just be on occasion, his fingers would lock up, and sometimes it was just one, and sometimes it was multiple. And I mean, it's definitely different. I don't know what causes that, but I guess I've seen it.
Did you see him have trouble eating his cereal because of his fingers locking up?
Yes, sir.
What about playing with your daughter? Did you see him ever get on the floor with her?
Yes, sir, he did. It was very rare that he got on the floor with her. At that point in time, she wasn't walking yet, so, you know, he would get down there on occasion, and it was very difficult for him to get back up.
Did you ever see when he needed help getting up?
He would usually pull over a chair or the stool or something to try to help him get back up.
And in terms of a chair, were you able to observe him getting in and out of chairs, like in the living room, for instance?
Yes, sir. Not every single time he stood up from a chair, but if he had been sitting for a little while, when he got up, it was a little slower get up, and it required him to steady himself for a second before he walked.
Okay, did he have to use his hands to get out of a chair?
As far as on the arms of the chair, I believe so.
Okay. May I have a moment, Judge?
You,
Now, your baby daughter, Curtis Reeves' granddaughter, did she mimic her grandfather's fingers at all?
She mimicked several ailments. She would say, "Look, Grandpa."
Well, don't say what she said, but show me what she did.
Yeah, she would say, "Look, Grandpa."
I don't see the relevance of this.
My-
sustained.
No further questions, thank you.
Thank you. Cobb?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Hi.
I want to talk a lot about what you were just testifying to. It seemed like you were pretty upset by it. You were crying about the deteriorating condition that you saw of the defendant, right?
It's sad to think about.
It is sad to think about. We're going to talk about that. So, you got very upset, sad to think about, but then very soon after that, you were talking about how they led a fairly active lifestyle in 2013, right?
They did.
Okay. So on one hand, he's deteriorating so much that you're so upset you're crying, but then at the other hand, you're indicating that in 2013, they led a fairly active lifestyle,
They
right?
did, correct.
And you indicated that he's slower moving now, right?
Are we talking now? You said now or
Well,
at that
now,
point in
like
time?
Let's say 2013 and 2014. He was slower moving then?
Correct,
Okay. And as people get older, they move slower, right?
correct,
I mean, not any different than anyone else that gets older, correct?
correct.
All right. And did you ever see the video of the shooting? Did you see how fast he was moving when he fired that shot?
He was, like Dino mentioned, he wasn't an invalid, and his
Okay, well,
fingers
I'm not asking
were,
you that, ma'am. What I'm asking you is this. Did you see the video of the shooting?
at some point I did.
Okay, did you see how fast he moved when he pulled out the firearm from his pocket and lunged forward? Did you watch that part?
I saw it.
Okay, well, because you're describing as being so, slow getting up. He's got to put his hands on things, and he's moving around the house so slow.
It's
Doesn't
my
really see the same in that video, does it?
It's my understanding he didn't get up in the video.
Okay, well, what I'm asking you is this. So what you're talking about his fingers and bending down with his back and I guess his shoulders, but you have to use all those body parts in order to take a firearm out of a pocket, pull it back, lunge forward and shoot, right?
I'm not really sure which body parts you need to use, but
Okay.
you do need to be able to function,
Okay,
yes.
well, you function, you fire a firearm, right?
I have, yes.
You have your own firearms, don't you?
I do.
Okay, so how do you not know how to fire a firearm and what body parts are used?
I didn't say I didn't.
Okay, well, you said, well, you don't know what he was using. I mean, if you fire a firearm all the time, you certainly know what body parts are at issue.
I never fire a firearm from a sitting position with someone standing over me either.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for adding that. I appreciate that. So your testimony then to this jury is that you don't know what body parts you use when you're firing a weapon from a seated position? That's what you just said.
No, I said I've never shot a firearm from a seated position.
Okay. I didn't ask you if you did. I'm asking you about the movements required from your father.
Way beyond the scope of direct. Furthermore, he's badgering the witness. Furthermore, she doesn't have any there's no sort of a predicate being laid that she is able to offer any kind of testimony regarding which muscles or what's used in shooting a gun from a seated position.
This was entirely what was covered on direct.
All over the room.
So are you telling this jury that you do not know what muscles would be used to fire a firearm from a seated position?
Do I know what the muscles are called? No.
No, I'm not asking you what
Do
they're
I
called.
know that you need to bring your hand up and fire a weapon? Yes.
Okay, so what I'm asking you is this. You indicated that the defendant is slow. He was having difficulties with his back. He was having difficulty with his hands. He was having difficulties with his fingers. So what I'm asking you is, did you see the video where he fired the weapon? And did you notice how fast he moved in that video, which would be contradictory to the picture that you're painting?
I saw the video. I don't recall the speed in which he moved. I believe I saw it years ago, and I don't recall.
Okay, now let's talk about the fingers locking up. Is that both hands?
I think I remember seeing it on his right hand, like visually, but I remember him talking about it on both hands.
Okay. Do you think it's a good idea for someone that has those issues with their finger on the shooting hand to carry around a loaded weapon in their pocket?
Objection, speculation, improper.
Sustained.
Okay, you're talking about how easily he bruised, right? You remember that? You have to answer out loud for the court reporter.
Yes.
All right. And what did you say? It was like paper, like if you just brushed something, it bruised real easily?
On his arms, yes.
Okay. What about any other part of his body or just his arms?
Most of the time when they would have banged up and bruises, it would be on their arms and their legs sometimes.
Okay. And that's because he was getting older and the skin's more fragile, right?
Correct.
All right. And would you agree with me that the face is a pretty fragile area?
Objection, basis, there's no predicate laid.
Overruled.
Would you agree with me that the face is a fairly fragile area?
I think the skin on different parts of your body are different.
Okay. Well, I'm asking you about the face.
It's different than what's on your arms, yes.
Okay. Probably even a little more thinner, you think?
I don't know. I never really saw them bang up their faces.
Okay. Well, here's what I'm asking you. You know, you said that he bruises so easily. Let's say that, something was thrown at him really hard. Like a really hard, dense object. And it hit him right in the face. Since he bruises so easily, you'd think
Objection calls for speculation, Your Honor.
goes directly to what it was on direct.
We did not talk about his ability to withstand a punch. Or
All right, no, I'll overrule.
Yes, we approach.
Sure.
So you were saying how he bruises very easily.
Correct.
All right. And, and just from touching something.
Not touching something, but if you like bang your arm on something or hit it on something or were to scrape it on this counter or something like that, yes.
Okay. And I would assume then if he got hit with an object in the head, based on what you're saying about how easily he bruises, we'd see a fairly significant bruise then on his face, right?
I wouldn't know that because I would think that your skin on your arms has more give, where your skin on your face is harder. So I don't know. I don't know how but you bruise differently on different parts of your body. You know that.
All right. Since you threw it back that way, let's talk about that. So, your skin near your cheekbone, I mean, would you agree with me that that's fairly thin? Because right underneath that skin part's hard bone, right?
I don't know medically where your skin is thicker or thinner.
All right.
I don't.
Sustained. Move on.
If the defendant was punched in the face, then based on what you're saying about how easily he would bruise, would you expect to have seen a bruise if he was punched in the face?
Object again, she's not a medical expert, she's not an EMT. There's absolutely no basis for these questions.
All sustained. Move on.
All right, so let's talk about when you started living with the defendant. It was April 28th of 2013, right?
I know it was April. I don't remember the exact day.
Okay. I mean, it's not important. I can show your deposition, but you're just saying it was in April.
Yes, sir.
All right. And based on your testimony, in those 10 months, you were able to observe him around the house, things that he could do, things that he couldn't do, and you testified to some of those here today, correct?
Correct.
All right. And again, just sounds like aging issues that most people have, correct?
I don't know what's normal for most people. I can tell you what I observed for my parents.
Okay. How about his vision back in 2014? Was it 2020 with the glasses, do you know?
I don't think his vision was 20/20, and I know that he also had floaters in his eyes that sometimes obstructed his vision. Not complete obstruction, but where it would be something that he would see in his vision as he looked. But I believe he was wearing glasses then as well.
Okay, but you don't know if his vision was 20/20?
I do not know.
All right, and I guess you're describing his back wasn't very good?
Correct.
All right, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being his back was terrible, where would you put it?
Oh, I wouldn't begin to know his pain level. I know that he
I wasn't
stopped.
asking about his pain level. Well, what'd you observe? On a scale of 1 to 10, when you said he's having back issues, what did you observe?
I would say that he had stopped running way prior to that because he had sciatic nerve issues, he had back
I'm asking you
issues.
to direct the witness to please answer the question.
She's answering the question, Your Honor. She's
All
answering the
right, all
question.
right.
I'll tailor it a little bit more for
Thank
you,
you.
okay? I'm talking about in 2013, okay? And we're gonna talk up until the point in time of the shooting in 2014, okay? When you're saying that you saw that he was having difficulty with his back, I'm just asking you this, on a scale of 1 to 10, what did you see about how bad his back problem was? That's my question.
It's just a complete guess, but I'm going to say a 5 or 6.
Okay. And you're guessing, but why are you guessing? It's your own personal observation.
I know, it's a guess. I don't know how he felt about his
I'm not asking you
level
how
of
he
back.
felt. I'm asking you what you personally observed.
Okay, 5 or 6.
Could he stand for extended periods of time?
Yes,
Could he sit for extended periods of time?
yes. He's doing that now.
He have arthritis?
I'm sorry?
Did he have arthritis in 2013?
I believe he did, yes.
Okay, did he have arthritis in 2014?
I would assume that it didn't go away.
Okay, because that's something, once you get it, it stays.
Correct.
Did it affect his fingers, the way he can grab things and do things?
That may have been part of the reason why his fingers lock up. I'm not sure the medical reason behind that.
Okay, I wasn't asking you the medical reason, okay? Did he have difficulties doing things because of the arthritis?
He had difficulty doing things with his hands, yes. I
Okay.
don't know if it was due to the arthritis or due to another issue.
Okay, so the home that you're talking about, we're not going to give the address, but it was in Brooksville?
Correct.
And they sold a house in order to move into that home in Brooksville, right?
Correct.
Okay, when I say they, obviously I'm talking about your parents.
Yes.
All right. Based on the issues that you're describing, did they downsize so they didn't have to do much maintenance to the house, so they didn't have to do yard work, things like that?
No, they didn't, but that was in 2005, I believe they moved to Brooksville.
Okay. Pretty big house?
It's a good-sized home. I'm probably about 2,400 square feet,
Okay. How much land?
right about an acre.
And I think you indicated on direct examination something about mowing, so and you were there since 2013, so we're just talking about 2013 up until the time of the shooting, okay? Did he have a lawn maintenance company?
No, he did not.
He mowed the lawn himself?
My mother would do it on occasion as well.
Okay. Well, you testified during direct that your father would do the mowing?
The majority of the time, but I've seen my mother mow as well.
Okay. Your mother, that was deteriorating as well?
Correct.
All right. And when we say mowing, we're talking about an electric riding mower?
Correct.
All right, for that whole acre of land, obviously?
Correct.
All right. And that probably wouldn't take 5 minutes, would it?
To mow an
Yeah,
acre?
to mow sitting on a mower, an entire acre of land, that would take some time, wouldn't it?
Correct.
All right, there's a lot of balancing, a lot of sitting,
Yes.
a lot of movement with the hands, gripping on things, steering, things like that?
It's not a lot of movement. It's a zero turn.
No? Okay. I mean, well, then you have to go up and back, and, once you go all the way forward, I know this is a silly question, then you gotta turn around, come all the way back, then you gotta turn around, go all the way back?
Correct.
Okay. I mean, it'd be a lot of turns, right?
Sure.
And I'd imagine he had to do that kind of frequently, especially in the summer here in Florida, right?
From mowing my own yard, I would say yes, frequently, but I don't know how frequently he mowed.
Okay, even though you were living there for that whole year?
Correct. I worked during the day, and they did their yard work when I was at work.
Okay, but when you came home, you knew the yard was done?
Sure, but I didn't come home and say, wow, the yard's done every day or every week, or I didn't always notice those things.
Okay. And in the backyard, he had an archery area set up?
Correct.
Because archery is one of his hobbies.
Yes, it was.
All right, so he had some bows, right?
Yes.
What kind of bows did he have?
He had recurves and compound bows.
Okay. Special arrows for those, right?
I don't know what
You
type
don't
of arrow
know?
they take.
Okay. And when he shoot them, they go into a portable bag?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so portable meaning that he'd have to take it out, put it back. I'm not saying all the time, but he would take it out and put it back, right?
I remember it sitting out in the yard most of the time.
So he mowed around it?
It was in an area where there was no grass under trees.
That was one of his favorite hobbies, right?
At one point in his life, yes.
Well, he was doing it around this period of time too, right?
Way less frequently than he had ever done it before, but yes,
Right.
he was still doing
He
it.
was still doing the archery.
Correct.
And he did still hunt, right? In 2013?
I believe he did, yeah. I believe him and my brother had planned a hunting trip.
Okay, and
I
then when
believe
they
that
would go
also-
hunting, he would practice a little bit more with the bow and arrow in the backyard, right?
It's my understanding that he practiced, he'd go out and shoot a couple arrows, and then come in, go out and shoot a couple more, come in, and did it throughout the day, because he didn't have the stamina to just be out there and practice like he normally would.
Okay. We'll talk about the stamina in the next section. When he was doing yard work, would he do electric clippers, manual clippers?
He owns both, but I don't know because I didn't witness it.
Okay, and I know a lot of these questions are going to sound silly, but I'm really just asking because of the way you described him, and, that's why I'm kind of going through these physical things with you, okay? So when you cut the hedges, that obviously requires some hand strength, right?
Correct.
And if they're electric ones, you got to hold it up, and you have some shoulder strength because you got to do the hedges, right?
Correct.
Power wash at the house. Would he power wash?
Yes, I do remember seeing him doing that.
Okay, and I think there was a pretty decent-sized patio at the house, right?
The back porch, yes.
Okay. And he would pressure wash or power wash the back patio?
Correct.
All right, and you'd agree with me that pressure washing or power washing, I don't know if you've ever done it, it's a fairly tedious job, right?
Yes.
All right, I mean, you have like the sprayer, and you have this really large area, the sprayer seems like it does like 2 centimeters at a time, right?
Well, it depends on what nozzle you're using, but yes.
Right, okay, I mean, even the biggest nozzle, you think it's gonna take a lifetime to finish, right?
I wouldn't know.
Okay, you wouldn't know. All right. Well, you agree with me then, but it does take a long time to pressure wash, especially what you called a fairly large patio.
Are you telling me that or asking me that?
Well, I'm asking you that.
Yeah. I remember helping him several times pressure washing the back patio. What you're also not taking into consideration
Your
is
Honor,
that
I object, I'm not asking that question.
Answering the question, Your Honor.
is
Well, I
No.
think she's, yeah.
Yeah, overruled any objection. Just, you can redirect.
The pressure wash, you have to hold, you hold like a nozzle, right? And you're going back and forth, you're using your shoulders, you're using your hands a lot, right?
I think you can lock the nozzle down. I don't think you have to hold it down the whole time.
Okay, but what about the stick itself? Don't you have to hold that and move it up and down, back and forth?
Yes, you would.
And how many cars did your parents have?
Just 2 vehicles. They each had one.
Okay, and what type of vehicle did the defendant have?
He had a Ford Explorer.
And that's a big SUV?
It's not very big. It's what I have now. I would say mid-size.
Okay, it is an SUV?
Correct.
All right, and the other kind of car was what?
I think at the time Mom had a Honda Accord.
Okay, and who would wash the cars?
Dad would wash the cars, typically
Okay.
with a long-handled brush.
All right, and who would vacuum?
I think sometimes my mother did it, but I'm not saying he never did it. I don't know. So I think they probably shared that responsibility.
Would he wash your mom's car as well?
Yes, he would wash both cars.
Okay, and then for convenience purposes, would he do them at the same time?
I don't know that.
Okay, would he wash your car?
No,
All right, so you said he used a long handle brush?
correct.
All right, and again, I know these sound like silly questions, but since we're talking about his physical ability, that's why I'm asking him. So, when he would wash the car, then he would have to take this long-handled brush, right?
Mhm.
Okay, and then put soap on it, and well, I guess first what do? You have to use the hose to water the car, right?
Okay,
Well, I'm asking you.
sure,
Okay, and then he'd use a long-handled brush to do the entire car, right?
yes,
All right, and that would take some shoulder movement,
correct,
all right, standing for a while to wash the car.
yes,
Would have to use his back, obviously, to wash the car, right?
sure,
All right, use his fingers to grip everything, correct?
yes,
You know, bending down to do the tires, going up above the SUV, all of that bending back, shoulder, correct?
okay, yes,
All right. And then you have to do the same thing again with your mom's car.
if he did her car in the same day.
Okay. And again, I know it sounds silly, but then you'd have to dry both cars.
I drive my car by driving around the block. I don't know how he drives his car.
Okay. Is the Honda a more compact car?
I don't know if it's considered compact or mid-size.
Okay. Your father, I know it sounds weird when I say the defendant, but he was 6'2", about 270 around the time of the shooting?
I'm not certain what he weighed at the time of the shooting. I mean, I know he had gotten way heavier because he was less active than he had been, but I don't know what he weighed or,
Okay. Was it difficult for him with his back issues to get in and out of the Honda Accord?
I don't recall observing that.
No. So he was okay to do that?
She said she didn't recall, Your Honor. I've been asked to answer.
All right, sustain.
You said they were fairly active, so did they go out and do things?
They were active. They did go out and do things. I'm not sure what kind of things. I mean, they went to the movies, they went out to dinner, they went to church on a regular basis. They were heavily involved with their Sunday school class.
Okay. So what I'm getting at is the amount of driving that they were doing. You know, getting into the SUV, getting out of the SUV, getting in the Accord, getting out of the Accord, driving around for long periods of time. If they were active, that was something that the defendant was able to do fairly regularly then, correct?
Yes, he was able to do that.
And would your father drive mostly?
Yes.
Pretty much any time that they went out, he would be the driver.
Predominantly, yes.
So obviously, he didn't have any difficulty using the steering wheel, using the knobs, the levers, everything it takes to drive a car.
No, not that I ever saw.
All right, now I know you weren't painting this picture, but, again, you know the reason why I'm asking you these questions. He didn't have any difficulty dressing himself, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, well, you
I
were
think he
living
did,
there.
but I certainly didn't know how he dressed himself. I do remember them talking about him having trouble buttoning his buttons on his shirts.
Okay, so you're saying that he wasn't self-sufficient?
I didn't say he didn't get it done, but if he had difficulty doing it, just about everything he's done, he's accomplished. He just may have had difficulty doing it, or may have spaced it out, or done it for shorter periods of time.
Would you say that he was able to put on his own shirt?
I never heard my mother say she had to dress him.
I'm just asking you personally. You know if he could put on his own shirt?
To my knowledge, yes.
Could he put on his own pants?
To my knowledge, yes.
His own shoes?
To my knowledge, yes.
Tie his own shoes?
There were occasions where his hands would lock up or he would have trouble bending down. So I think that he, although he could mostly tie his own shoes the majority of the time, I think there were times when he had difficulty.
Okay. Do you remember being asked that question at another hearing or deposition on October 15th of 2015, whether or not he could tie his own shoes? I'm sorry?
I don't remember being asked that in
Okay. Would it refresh
this
your memory
room.
if I showed you it?
Oh, I believe that it was asked that. I'm not saying I wasn't. I don't remember being asked that in the courtroom, but I do remember that I was being asked. I was asked it at some point in time.
Okay. Do you remember being asked if he had any difficulty tying his own shoes, and you indicated that he did not have any difficulty tying his own shoes?
I think there was a series of questions that I was asked, can you do this, can you do this? And I answered yes to most of them, if
Okay,
not all.
and one of those was, can he tie his own shoes, and you
Sure.
answered yes.
Sure.
Okay.
And for the most part, like I said, he could.
Okay, but in that answer, what I'm saying is that you didn't say yes for the most part he could, he had difficulty, you said yes he could.
Sure. If you read that whole section in the deposition, then you will read that I gave a one-word answer to Mr. Martin's firing of questions to me.
Okay, well, thanks. Okay, but you weren't limited in your answer, right?
No, I was not.
Okay, so when you say that he was firing these questions at you, he never said to you, I only want you to give a one-word answer.
Correct, he did
All
not
right.
say that.
So when you were asked the question, can he tie his own shoes, you weren't limited in your answer, you just chose to say yes.
Correct.
He could put on a belt
As far as I know, yes.
and comb his hair.
As far as I know. Those are not things I have observed him doing.
Would he help bring in the groceries?
I believe he will, yes.
Go out to the car, bend down, grab the groceries, come back in, put them down.
They haven't,
Tell me to slow down, I'm trying to slow
I
down.
know, she told me the same thing earlier. Yes, they have an SUV now, and yes, they both carry in groceries, to my knowledge.
Okay. And I think you already indicated this, he didn't have any difficulty sitting in the car for a long period of time?
I don't think difficulties sitting in the car, but I think getting out after sitting for a long period of time was where the difficulty came in.
Okay, because if his back was so, it was hurting so much, that's why I'm asking you the question. It didn't hurt him to sit down for a long period of time, even though he had these back issues.
I don't know if it did or not. He didn't really complain about it.
Well, I think you indicated that you went on a trip to North Carolina, was that? Did you go on a trip to North Carolina with him in October of 2013?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and that's just a few months before the shooting, right?
Correct.
And where'd you go, Franklin or Highlands?
I don't remember that trip.
Okay.
I
Well,
think it was
did you not remember it at all, or you
probably-
just don't remember where you went?
I don't remember which one. I think the year before we had gone to Highlands. We were in Highlands. My ex-husband was with us, so my daughter was less than a year old. So that would have been the Franklin trip.
Okay, and from Brooksville to Franklin, it's about 8 hours?
I believe so, 8.5.
And the defendant drove those 8 hours, right?
To my knowledge, I wasn't with him, but yes, that's what I believe.
But he and your mom went together, right?
Correct.
All right, and you learned then that he had driven the entire way?
I don't recall if he drove the entire way or if she did. It was likely, based on past history, that he drove the entire way. But for that particular trip, I don't remember if she drove at all or not.
Okay, what about when you were all together in Franklin? Who did the driving?
I think my dad or my brother was with us too. I don't know if he drove at all.
When you say he drove it all, who's he? He your brother or he?
I don't know if Matt drove at all because he was with us. If he's with us, sometimes he will drive as well. I don't recall on that particular trip if he did, so I would say probably predominantly my father.
And you rented a house, right?
Correct.
All right, and Matt and the defendant did a lot of fishing that trip.
I think I remember them bringing their fishing poles, and the house was on a river. I don't recall how much fishing they did.
Okay, would it refresh your memory if I showed you your deposition?
Sure, or you can read it.
Okay, first witness.
Yes.
Counsel, I'm referring to page 13, lines 19 and 20. You just read this to yourself and just tell me when you're finished. This would be 20 and 21.
Okay.
Okay, so that refresh your memory that your brother and the defendant did a lot of fishing on that trip.
That's what I said in my deposition, correct.
And also when you were out there, you went for half-day walks, shopping, hiking, things like that.
I don't remember doing any hiking that trip, and I had friends in the area, so I wasn't with them the whole time because I have friends that live up there, so my daughter and I visited them as well. I would say that we did, yes, I remembered going shopping. We usually did that on vacations, but I don't know that we did much hiking that trip.
Okay, and when you went shopping, it was just 5-6 hours you walk around the town?
Not so much.
Not so
no.
much what?
We're not 5 or 6 hour shoppers. We would go to town, go in maybe 1 or 2 shops, and then we're done.
Okay. Would it be about a half a day, or not even as much as a half a day then?
It would depend on if we went in the area or we were doing something in the area or we traveled. If we traveled to another area where there was a 30, 45-minute drive, then it might take a half a day that we were gone. But we're not the people that just go and shop all day when you're on vacation. We just enjoyed being outside.
So would you say that if you went shopping, it would be a half a day or not a half a day?
It could or could not be. I don't recall the exact time we were shopping on that trip. But
Okay.
did we go in some of the junk shops or visit some of the
Would it refresh
stores
your memory
in
if
the
I showed
area?
you your deposition?
Okay.
This is page 15, line 6.
Okay, it's the same thing I'm telling you now. Maybe a half a day.
Okay.
Could be. Maybe a half a day, maybe not.
A moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay, so you were talking about on direct biking, right? And again, we're talking about 2013 all the way up until the point in time of the shooting. Okay? And you indicated that that he would do some biking, right?
Correct.
All right, and he had 2 different types of bikes, right?
Correct.
A road bike with slick tires?
Yes.
Okay, and what's slick tires?
Just tires that are more of a smooth surface.
Okay, are they those really thin ones?
I don't know if his are or not because they make slick tires that are bigger now too. So I'm not certain what kind of tires. were
Okay,
on
did
his
it have
bike.
the lean-in grips? You know what I'm saying? So you sit on it and you got the grips and you're kind of leaning over?
Sure. I'm not sure. I know way back in the day he had a bike like that, but I know that he switched out bikes to suit his abilities at the time.
Okay, would it refresh your memory to take a look at your deposition?
That's fine. After 8 years, or however long ago that was, it's hard to remember what type of handlebars were on his bike.
Oh, I know, probably same way with all the witnesses.
Objection. Ask the court to strike that gratuitous comment.
Overruled.
Now, that road bike, he rode that several times a week, right, in 2013?
Did you want me to read something from my deposition?
It was about the lean-in handle grips. I mean, do you want to look at it?
If you'd like for me to.
I don't think it matters.
Okay.
Did he ride that bike several times a week?
To my knowledge, yes.
And he would ride on trails?
No, he rode on pavement.
Okay. Was the name of the trail, and I'm terrible with pronouncing this name, so it's going to be awful, but the Withlacoochee?
With Lacucci Trail.
Yeah, I can never say it right, but he
We've
went
got-
riding on that one?
I believe so. There's several in Hernando County, but I think that's the one closest to their house, so I believe that's where he rode from most of the time.
Okay. Now, if he did that, he'd have to take the bike from the house, right?
Correct.
And then where would he put it, in the back of the SUV or on top?
No, not on top. He had a rack that went on the back, and he just stuck it on the rack.
Okay, so they have to pick the bike up, put it on the rack,
Correct.
obviously drive out to the trail, take it off,
Correct.
all right, and then just go on whatever bike ride he went, and then do the same thing to go back home.
Correct.
All right, I mean, I know it sounds like common sense, but again, we're just talking about his physical abilities in 2013 up to the point of the shooting. And he also would ride a mountain bike, right?
I believe he had one, yes.
Okay, but he would ride it.
I don't know which bikes he chose to ride at which times. I think that when he rode with my mother, he mostly rode the mountain bike. And when he rode with several of his friends, I think he mostly rode the road bike.
All right, now, in April 2013, when you moved in, you talked about kayaking, right?
Correct.
All right, and he actually owned 2 different kayaks, right?
He owned 2, and my brother owned 2, correct.
Okay, and the reason I'd imagine, and correct me if I'm wrong, that he owned the kayaks was because they did enough kayaking where it wouldn't be worth renting the kayak, right?
I don't know why he chose to buy them instead of rent.
Okay, well, I mean, it would make sense, right? I mean, instead of spending $45 to rent a kayak, if
I'm
you...
going to object. What's the relevancy of it makes sense?
Okay, I'll move on. He owned 2 kayaks, right?
Correct.
And they were single kayaks?
Correct.
And you went with them in April 2013?
Yes, I did.
And in 2013, when you went kayaking, you went on the Weeki Wachee?
Correct.
All right. You would drive to where? Where would you load the kayaks? Up where the mermaid place was?
I think so. I think that's where it is. It's right next to it, not like in the park in
Right.
Weeki Wachee Springs, but right next to it, yes.
Right. And then would you go down and then, I don't know, can you paddle back up and get out in the same spot where you went in?
No, they have a shuttle. They offer a shuttle service where when you get to your destination, they'll load your kayaks for you and drive them back. On that particular occasion, I don't recall if we used the shuttle service or if Matt brought his truck down there.
Okay, and down there, is that park that's all the way at the end? Is it? I can't remember
Rogers.
the name.
I
John
think it's Rogers
Park?
Park.
Okay. Now, for kayaking, you have to paddle, obviously, right?
Correct.
Uses your shoulders, your back.
Sure.
And it takes several hours, doesn't it, to go from the launch site all the way down to Rogers Park?
I think it probably does. I know that Dad always planned the kayaking trips that they did, so he always planned according to the current. So we didn't have to paddle upstream per se. So depending on where the current was, it would depend on how much time that it took.
Okay, well, didn't the current always go from where you launch down the John Rogers? It only goes one way.
Correct, but it depends on, it's different when the tides are coming in and out, it makes a difference with the current. So yes, he always looked at that and what was going on with the currents and what was going on with the time of day that we went. That made a difference.
Okay. Well, the current was never really, really swift, or it only take an hour, right?
I don't recall how much time it took us.
Okay.
That's the only time I've made that trip.
Okay, and you don't remember how long it took you?
I don't.
It wasn't like whitewater rafting, though, right?
No, not at all.
Okay. I mean, that's just not how Weeki Wachee is.
No.
All right, and these 2 kayaks that he owned, he put them on a trailer, right?
Yes.
All right, and then the trailer was kept in the backyard on his property, right?
Correct.
And I guess based on what you're describing, did someone help him put that hitch onto the SUV, or did he do that himself?
I don't recall if Matt helped him do it that day or not. Could he do it himself? Yes, it was a little aluminum trailer. But that particular day, I don't know if Matt helped him load him, do all that or not.
I thought Matt met y'all there.
I don't know if he came by the house or he met us there. I don't remember that particular day.
All right, so you were talking about the paddles. You said they're 2-piece paddles?
Correct.
So you, obviously, this is going to be kind of silly, but you have the 2 paddles and you just lock them together, right? And there's little pins and they snap and it's put together.
I think it's like a little spring lock.
Okay. And I remember when you started your testimony, you got really emotional because that's when you realized that, your dad was in this really deteriorating condition, right? You remember that?
Correct.
Because these paddles, he couldn't take these paddles apart, and he really needed your help, and that was a big moment for you, right?
When your father that's been able to do everything his entire life can't get two simple pieces of, I don't know if it's metal or what it was made out of, but when he can't get those apart, it's certainly eye-opening.
Wasn't it just stuck?
I don't think so. They went apart. He stored them apart all the time, so I don't know that it was just stuck.
Okay, well, I'm talking about this very particular point in time, right, when you got emotional on the stand. Wasn't the reason that the paddles couldn't come apart simply because they were stuck?
I don't think they were stuck. If they were stuck, we would not have been able to get them apart.
So you're saying it was stuck or wasn't stuck?
What's your definition of stuck?
Okay, was it coming apart very easily?
Clearly not, because one person couldn't do it.
Okay, and so in order to get this apart, what'd you have to do? Did the two of you have to work together to get this apart? Or did you just come and do it?
No, he asked for my help to do it.
Okay, so that means both of you together were able to take it apart?
Yes, sir. That's what I recall.
Okay, and it was stuck pretty good, wasn't it?
I don't remember. I remember him asking me, and I remember us both doing it together, but I don't recall.
Okay, so let's talk about how it came that you were able to take it apart with him. Did both of you have to tug on it?
I believe so. I mean, we obviously had to push the little button down and pull it apart.
Okay, so were both of you tugging and pulling and twisting to get this thing apart?
Possibly.
Okay, would it refresh your memory to take a look at your deposition?
Sure.
May I approach the witness?
Amen.
Page 37. Go from lines 15 to 25. Just read to yourself. Let me know when you're finished.
Okay.
I was going to have you read the second page, so you already finished reading it?
Just to like there.
Okay. Let me see if I need to look at anything else. Okay, did you stop at line 7?
That's what I thought.
Okay. So, talking about that incident, the way that you and the defendant were able to get that stuck paddle apart was that for 10 full minutes, the two of you are twisting, tugging, and pulling that thing.
I said about 10 minutes. I don't remember exactly how long it took us to get it apart, and I said yes, and there was probably more twisting involved than pulling, but both.
Okay, so my question to you is, I mean, you're the one that answered 10 minutes, right? You saw that?
About 10 minutes.
Okay. And I'm not holding you to 10 minutes, could be 9, could be 8. But basically, you know, the picture I thought you were painting was that he couldn't just undo it. But in reality, what it was is the paddles were stuck, so he asked your help, and then for 8, 9, or 10 minutes, the two of you are twisting this paddle to pull it apart, and finally together, because it was stuck, you were able to do it, right? That's really the picture of what happened.
Those same paddles he used every time he went kayaking, and that's the only time he couldn't get them apart himself, to my knowledge.
Okay, but the only reason I brought it up was you were so emotional over the fact you were realizing for the first time how your dad was deteriorating.
Yeah, because he asked his daughter for help.
Okay, to undo stuck paddles that he then could twist for 10 minutes.
I don't know what you're getting at.
I'll move on. All right, let's talk about the sporting clays. All right, so where would you go with the defendant to do the sporting clays?
Tampa Bay Sporting Clays.
All right, and in 2013, about how many times do you think you and him went?
Probably about 5 or 6 times.
Okay, and Can you explain what it is when you go there and you shoot? Are they, I don't know, okay? Are they birds? What is it that you shoot? What are they called?
It's called a clay pigeon, and it is a
Okay.
piece of clay that's like this big around, and it's slung into the air from a machine.
Okay, and when you do that, what type of firearm do you use?
I was using a Benelli Super Sport 12-gauge shotgun.
Is that a shotgun?
A 12-gauge shotgun.
All right, and the defendant, when he would go on those 6 times in 2013, he would use a shotgun as well?
That same gun.
Okay, and how many rounds would you shoot when you went there?
Sometimes we wouldn't do the entire course, sometimes, so never more than 50 rounds, because I believe the course was 50 rounds.
Okay, so, and well, they had 3 courses there, right?
Yes,
All right. So 50 rounds would mean that both you and he would have to load 50 shells, right?
correct.
I mean, it sounds like an obvious question. When you load shells, can you just drop them in, or you got to apply some pressure into the springs to get them in there?
No, it's not difficult, you just kind of push it in with your thumb.
Okay, but there's a spring in there that you got to push it into, right?
I'm not sure how the mechanism, how it actually functions, but you do have to push it in, but it's not something that's hard to do.
Was that the first time you used that shotgun?
No, it is not.
Okay, so do you know what it takes to load, or you don't know what it takes to load?
Sure. I don't know the internal workings of the weapon, no, but I know how to load it, yes.
Okay, well, I'm not asking you, so no time I don't want you to think that I'm asking you the internal workings of the firearm. I'm not asking
You were asking me about the spring, and you don't visibly see a spring, so,
Okay, well, when you load it, don't you feel some pressure?
not much, a little bit. That gun is super easy to use and super light.
Okay, well, when you're pushing it and you're feeling something push back, you don't think that's a spring?
It could be.
How long does it take to do the course?
It depends on how many people you're shooting with. It depends on if people in front of you are taking a long time and you have to wait on them. So it all depends.
Okay, let's say it's the best case scenario, about an hour?
I haven't shot since that time period, so sure, we'll say an hour.
Okay, well, I don't want to put any words in your mouth. Do you want to take a look at your deposition?
Did I say about an hour?
You did.
Okay.
All right, now the course, it's kind of, and we're talking about back in 2013, 2014, it wasn't pavement, right, where you walk around?
No, it's not.
All right, was it kind of just like a dirt trail, I guess?
Mostly dirt, just hard-packed dirt, because it was driven on as well.
Okay, and were there a lot of trees around?
Yes, you're
So-
walking in the woods.
Okay, so there's roots and things like that, you gotta walk over, step over, things like that.
Not so much in the trail, because like I said, they drive on it as well. So the trails were pretty much just hard-packed dirt.
Okay, and although you could drive on it, the times you went, the two of you decided you just wanted to walk it,
Correct.
as opposed to taking the easy way, especially if you have some difficulties, some physical disabilities, of sitting in a cart and driving around. You just walked it instead.
We walked it.
All right, and there's some stations there where it requires stairs, right?
Correct.
All right, so you walk up and down the stairs, right?
Yes.
Now, the shotgun that you all were carrying, and I'm really talking about the defendant shotgun, that wasn't one that you could break and put over your shoulder, correct?
Correct.
You'd have to just walk with it?
Yes.
All right, so, and again, I know it sounds like a silly question, but he's got to grip it with his hands.
Sure.
And when you're carrying something, obviously, there's going to be some strain on your shoulders.
Okay.
Well, yes or no?
The gun's so light, I mean, I can shoot 50 rounds and not feel it at all. So there are shotguns that are way heavier than that, yes, I would say take more effort to carry them around.
Okay, and then for the ammunition, where was that held? Where did he hold the ammunition? In a pouch or in a vest?
I remember him wearing a vest. I always wore a pouch. I can't say that he didn't use both. I do remember him wearing a vest on occasion, but I don't remember if he was getting the ammo out of his vest or out of a pouch. And when I say pouch, I mean a pouch that snaps around your hips.
Right, around your belt?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any difference whether or not you carry it in the vest or in the pouch? I mean, is it more comfortable either way?
I've never carried it in a vest, I don't know, I've always used a pouch.
When you carried the ammunition, was it loose or was it in boxes?
You might have 2 small boxes and then maybe some loose. It depends. Everybody does it different. Some people dump them all out of the boxes. Some people carry boxes, some people don't.
Okay, what about the defendant?
I don't recall,
You don't remember?
no.
All right, and then the actual mechanism of shooting, you go to the station, you know, whether you had to walk to it or you had to go upstairs, you get to the station, right? And then, so, you know, we'll say you or we'll say the defendant, because it's going to be the same way, right? The way that this is done. So what happens? You get up there, and what happens next?
You get up there, and then there's typically another person that's on your team. You say pull, they press the button for the mechanism, and then you fire.
Okay, so let's talk about what that entails, since we're talking about doing things physically. So the button's pushed. Where would he hold the shotgun as he's waiting for the button to be pushed?
I don't know if he held it at ready position or if he held it at down. You can shoot, there's different ways to shoot. Some people hold it at ready position, which is what I do. And then other people will hold it and then get ready once they call pull.
Okay, so pull, and what happens next? So do you have to pull the shotgun up real fast?
Well, it depends. If you're already at ready position and you say pull, then no, you just follow the shell and pull the trigger.
Okay, and what if it's not at ready position?
Then you would have to bring the gun up and follow the shell and pull the trigger.
Okay, and then once it goes off and it's going, you have to, I know it's gonna sound silly, but you have to aim, and you're actually rotating your back and your shoulders as you're tracking it across the sky, right?
Correct.
All right, and then you pull the trigger,
Yes,
and you're holding the shotgun up, next to your face?
yes.
All right.
Against your shoulder.
Okay, and you do that 50 times?
Yes. If you shoot that many that day, yes.
And then obviously after the shot, you gotta open up the shotgun, take those shells out, load the other ones in, and that's what you do throughout the whole course, right?
Correct.
So you're basically using your fingers and your hands to do things about 100 times during a day like that.
I don't remember if those shells auto-ejected or not.
You have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
The week before the shooting in the theater, the defendant and your brother went on a week-long hunting trip?
I believe that was your trip to Ohio, yes.
Ohio?
I think so.
Okay, but it was a week-long hunting trip.
I don't remember the duration of the trip.
I don't have any further questions, thank you.
Thank you. Redirect.
All right, the prosecutor talked to you a lot about, your father driving, for instance, okay? You know that you see him, he walks around with a cane, right? You know he uses a cane now to walk?
I do.
Does he have a handicap placard on his car?
No, he does not.
He still drive around?
Well, I mean, limited now at this point, but yes, he drives to the grocery store and doctor's office and where he's allowed to go.
But he could drive, if he were allowed, he could drive all over the place.
Yes, sir, I do believe so.
He still mows his yard on the ride-on mower.
Yes, he does.
In terms of, some of the questions the prosecutor asked you, he asked you about, about this shoelace thing. Well, the question that was proposed to you was, can he tie his shoes? And you answered yes.
Oh, and yes, he can.
If the question was asked of you, does he ever have difficulty tying his shoes, what would be your answer?
Exactly how I answered, that for the most part, yes, he can tie his shoes, but I have seen him have difficulty bending down to tie his shoes.
Okay. And the prosecutor is asking you, if you know about his head and all of that. I mean, would you agree or disagree with me that the last thing you would want to see your father in 2014 as a 71-year-old, last thing you would want to see is him get hit with anything, right?
Correct.
You know that if he got hit with a fist, it might kill somebody at his age, right?
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
The door was open, Your Honor.
Oh, well.
And so you know that although he may have been able to walk around in the Carolinas, you know that whether or not he could go fishing or shoot clays, that as he sat in that movie theater as a 71-year-old, if he got hit, he could be seriously injured or killed, right?
Yes, sir.
May this witness be released?
We have her under subpoena, we'd ask that she be on standby.
All right. You're free to go, Ms. Shaw, but if you get called back, you have to come back.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's take a 10-minute recess, and remember my instructions during the break, please.
All right.
We ready to get them in? And, oh, never fails. And who's your next witness?
Matthew Reeves.
Okay. Do you have any others past him for today? No? Okay, that's what I thought. All right. How are we looking for time for next week? We looking all right? I mean, we're going to make it by the end of the week?
I think so. I can give you a very good idea by Monday, I think.
Okay.
Because I've spoken to all of our experts, all of our
Have-
questions.
Did you just tell me about Dr. Foley today?
Yeah, we just, we approached.
Yeah.
Karina? What was the message on Dr. Foley?
Make sure you read it. Thank you. Jurors in the courtroom, Your Honor. Jurors may be seated. Jurors are present and accounted for.
Thank you, Deputy. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Were you all able to abide by my instructions during the recess? Yes. All right, then we will get started again. Mr. Michaels?
Yes, Judge. Defense calls Matthew Reeves.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in this call shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Michaels.
Please state your name,
Matthew J. Reeves.
and how are you related to Curtis Reeves
He's my father.
and Vivian Reeves?
Yes, mother.
Tell me what you do for a living.
Work for the Tampa Police Department.
For how long now?
Next month will be 19 years.
What is your current assignment?
Currently assigned to patrol, and I'm also a member of the bomb squad.
And prior to that, were you in the military?
Yes, sir.
For how long?
6 years, U.S. Air Force.
And did you have any clearances?
Yes, sir. My duties required me to have a top secret SCI clearance.
And from what year to what year were you in the Air Force?
It would have been 1995 through 2001.
Now, we're going to talk about January 13th, 2014. Before we get there, let's talk about a hunting trip you went on with your father right before that, okay?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that hunting trip. Where was it?
It would have been up in North Florida, Panhandle area.
And I don't hunt, so I'm going to ask you some questions about it. How does that go? Do you arrange to go there? How do you end up going to North Florida hunt? Or you just go there and turn off the road and walk into the woods?
This was a paid hunt that included a clubhouse for a location to stay. You're paying for a certain time frame, a couple days to hunt on their private property. So we basically had a house to stay in, and then we went out and found where we wanted to hunt within the property and hunted.
And were there other people staying in this house?
There was a couple other gentlemen, yes.
And so is this, when I think of a lodge, I think about, like in the movies, like a big log cabin with a big fire roaring and people in smoking jackets. Is that what it's like?
We were on cots in just a large open room.
Okay. And so this was in North Florida. Where was it in North Florida?
I don't recall the town.
Okay. And so what was the time period you paid for?
A few days, can't recall how many exactly.
And tell me, what are you hunting for?
Either deer or hogs.
And so how do you go about doing that? Do you shoot them? Do you use a bow and arrow? What were you using to hunt then?
This was we were only hunting archery in this trip.
All right, archery, that means bow and arrow?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you went with your father?
Yes.
Did you all drive up there?
Yes.
Who drove?
I did.
Okay. And so tell me a little bit about the preparation for the trip. It's archery, so tell me about your father. Did he use a bow at that time?
Yes, sir.
And what sort of bow did he use at the time?
He had both a recurve, which is traditional, and he also had a compound bow.
All right. And what's a recurve bow?
A recurve has no wheels on the ends of it. It's more of a traditional, there's no sights on the bow or anything.
All right. Like in the movies Robin Hood?
Yes, sir.
A big bow like that?
Yes.
And what's the other bow? Compound? What is
Compound bow. It drops the poundage as you draw it back. So as you draw back, the poundage would be a let off of a certain percentage of what the overall weight of the pull would be.
All right. Well, I'm not sure I understand what that means. Let me ask you, does that mean it's easier to use than the first bow you talked about?
It has sights, and it's the equivalent of, say, a 50% let-off compound bow would be a 50-pound bow. Once you pull it back, you're only holding back 25 pounds instead of the full 50 pounds.
All right. So once you pull it back in terms of holding, I know it's not called a string. What is that called?
Well, the string, yes.
Oh, it is, okay. So you're holding back that part of the bow where you put the arrow into, right, to aim?
Yes, sir.
At your target.
Yes.
And so when you're holding it, it's a little easier to hold on that compound bow than the other one.
Yes, sir.
And so in this particular hunting trip, what sort of bow did your father use?
He was using a Matthews compound bow.
And what is the significance of that Matthews compound bow?
I had previously set the bow up for him. It was a newer bow that he had purchased, and when I set it up at a lot lower weight than his previous bow.
All right. And so that means it would be easier to pull back?
Yes, sir.
And easier to hold once it is back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, leading up to the trip, do you practice? What do you do to prepare for the trip besides packing?
We generally tried to practice multiple times a week leading up to a trip like that.
And practice means shooting arrows?
Yes.
And where do you practice for this?
Either his backyard or my backyard.
Right. And how do you go about practicing?
We have targets, and we would essentially shoot anywhere from a few dozen arrows into those targets at different ranges.
Okay, and what do the targets look like? They look like animals, or are they sacks? What are
Bags or like a block.
Okay. Now, leading up to this trip, did you and your dad practice? In other words, shoot arrows in the backyard?
Occasionally. He'd practice on his own a lot of times, and I would practice on my own a lot.
But did you practice with him sometime?
Yes.
Now, when you practice with him, how many arrows would he shoot at a time?
When we were getting ready for the trip, he wouldn't shoot more than maybe a dozen.
Okay. And before that, did he shoot more at a time?
We used to shoot a couple dozen arrows at a time in practice.
Do you think that sometimes he only shot maybe 2 or 3 at a time?
As we came closer to the trip, yes.
Okay. And so tell me about that. Was he unable, or tell me why he only would shoot 2 or 3, if you know?
Leading up to the trip, he contacted me about finding out the legality of him using a crossbow.
All right, let's talk about that for a second. A crossbow is, again, I can only go by the movies. Is it one of those things that it looks like a little rifle with a bow on top?
Yes, sir.
All right, and so that's one that you load up and you just pull the trigger,
Yes, sir.
and then the arrow goes?
Yes.
All right. And so you looked into that. Would you agree with me? Because it was a lot easier to use than the compound bow?
Yes, sir.
And so you did that at your father's request?
Yes.
Now, let me ask you about the trip itself. So you drive up there. Tell me what happens once you drive up there. Do you wake up early the next morning? Do you go out that night? Or are you allowed to hunt at night? I mean, I don't know.
We can't hunt at night. I don't recall what we did on the very first day, but it would have been scouting basically to scout out a place to hunt on the first available time we had.
All right. Tell me what that means, scouting.
We'll go look into an area and just see if we see signs for a deer. Basically like a little short day hike, walk into the woods, get a look around, find an area that we deem where we would like to sit.
Okay. Now, I know the prosecutor's going to ask you, so let me ask you ahead of time, how far do you walk into the woods with your father?
Maybe 100 yards.
All right. So you're not out there like a half a day or something like that?
No, sir. There were roads throughout the property.
I'm sorry?
There were roads throughout the property.
And so are you describing that you could get in your truck and drive up the road, pick a spot, and then walk into the woods 100 yards?
Yes, sir.
And that's how you would look for a place?
Yes, sir.
And when you say you look for a place, I imagine, again, I'm not a hunter, I guess you look for like animal scat, I guess they call it, right? That sort of thing, or?
With deer, you're usually looking for tracks, what's called a scrape and what's called a rub, and trails.
All right. So you're looking at the ground and looking at the trees to see if deer had passed there, that sort of thing?
Yes, sir.
Now, how do you hunt? I know Mr. Martin knows about, stalking, this and that, and I heard that term. So,
I have an objection to the gratuitous comments regarding counsel and also its continuing leading. I've let it go a little bit to get the flow going, but we need to have correct questions.
All right, let's curb the leading sustained as to the leading.
let me ask you this. Are there several ways to hunt during that trip?
Primarily ways to hunt. Whitetail, especially in Florida, is going to be either sitting in a blind
All
or
right,
in
let me
a
talk about that.
tree stand.
Sitting in a blind, that's one way, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, is that one way?
Yes.
Tell me what that means, sitting in a blind.
You can either carry out what looks like a tent that has windows, set that up, and then you just sit in a chair inside it.
All right.
You
And
can-
so you're sitting there waiting for a deer to pass.
Yes, sir.
That's a blind. What's another way of hunting?
You also could make up a blind out of just brush, like down limbs and tree limbs and stuff, and just sit up in there wearing camouflage.
Okay. Again, waiting for a deer to pass?
Yes, sir.
What's another way?
A tree stand.
Okay. Now, how does a tree stand work?
We use a climbing stand, and you're climbing up into a tree to get an elevated position.
When you say climbing the tree, I'm imagining that you're putting spikes on your feet like a lineman on the telephone pole and lifting yourself up. Tell me, is that how it works?
No, sir.
How does it work?
The what we use is what's called a climbing tree stand. It has two pieces, And once they're attached to the tree, you can, once you get into the stand and you put a safety harness on the tree, you move like an inchworm, kind of, you stand up and then you just sit down and it'll move up maybe an inch or a couple inches at a time.
Okay, so the way I understand it is, if this is the tree, there are two pieces to this tree stand.
Yes, sir.
They both go around the tree.
Yes.
One piece is here where you would sit. Is
Yes.
that right?
Yes, sir.
And then the other piece is is on the ground that your feet go into?
Yes.
All right. And so do you sit down then on the piece that's here by the back of your legs?
Yes.
And then you just inch I can't do both legs, I'll fall down, but if you inch them both up like this?
Yes.
Okay, and then it catches onto the tree, does it?
Yes, sir.
And then you stand up, and now you're up a little higher?
Yes.
Okay, and so you do that, like you said, like an inchworm until you get to whatever height you want.
Yes, sir.
What other ways were your options to hunt on that particular trip?
Those are the only two ways we hunted on that trip.
All right. Now, tell me about your dad. You've already told us that he's using a bow that's easier to use. Did I have that right?
Yes, sir.
And do I also have right that you've adjusted it so it would make it even easier
Your
to
Honor, I'm
use?
going to object to the rehashing of the testimony.
Your Honor, in order to put it into context, I think
It's a
state
summary
calls it
of the
looping.
testimony, just it's not appropriate.
All right, I'll overrule, but be mindful, please.
Okay. And so, you have the bow. How does your father hunt on that particular trip? In other words, is it blind or tree stand, or both?
He only hunted in the tree stand one time. Every other time was out of a blind.
All right, let's talk about that. So on that trip, which was right before January 13th of 2014, is it true that your father got up in a tree stand?
One time, yes.
All right. Now, did he go up the way you described on one of those tree stands, inch by inch?
Yes, sir.
Now, I guess because your feet have to lift the bottom part up, is that bottom piece heavy?
The whole stand, both pieces together, only 18 to 19 pounds.
And that's the part you sit on as well as the other part together?
Yes, sir.
And so your father used the tree stand. How high up did he go into the tree?
The tree that I placed the stand on could only go about 10 feet up due to he only went about 10 feet off the ground. He was unable to go any higher.
And when you say unable, was that because of the tree?
He only did it the one day, but he was unable to go very high as it was anyways.
And that's because he just couldn't do it?
I don't know.
Okay. I imagine you've been hunting with your dad since you were a little boy.
Yes, sir.
I imagine you've seen your father go up into a tree stand many times since you were a little boy.
Yes, sir.
Is 10 feet the usual height he would hunt at?
No, sir.
How high up would he go when he was younger?
We both would generally go up anywhere from 20 to 30 feet up.
Now, let's talk about the other way. You said there's a blind.
Yes, sir.
In this, at that last hunting trip, what sort of blind was it?
It kind of like a tent that pops open.
And who carried that into the woods?
I carried it into the woods.
Now, when you hunted, for instance, when your dad was on the tree stand, how far were you from the road?
Within 100 yards.
And so, is it that you drive your truck from the camp or the lodge to the area that you're going to walk into the woods?
Yes, sir.
Is that what you did?
Yes.
And when you hunted on the blind, did your father carry the blind into the woods?
I carried it
And why did you carry it?
to help him out. He was carrying his bow. I carried the blind.
All right. In the past, when you were younger, did your dad carry the blind into the woods himself?
He would have carried all his own equipment.
Now, during that trip, did your father, I guess the terminology is harvest, did he kill anything?
No, sir.
Okay. And did you?
Yes, sir.
A deer?
Yes.
Now tell me about that. I'm imagining that if you harvest a deer in the woods, that now somehow you have to get it back out to your truck. Do I have that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you have some kind of cart or something you pull it on?
No, sir.
You have to drag it out.
A drag.
And when you harvested your deer, did you drag him out of the woods?
Yes.
Did your father help you?
No, sir.
Have you seen him in the past be able to do that?
The last time that he had killed a deer, he drug it out and hurt himself.
And how long ago was that before this trip?
Probably 5-6 years before this trip.
And since then, have you always helped him
Yes.
take a deer out of the woods?
Yes.
Now, let's talk a little bit about January 13th of 2014, okay? Did you have plans with your mom and dad to go see a matinee that day?
Not prior to the day of.
So tell me, how are the plans made?
They contacted me, I don't remember, by text or phone, and asked if I wanted to attend the Lone Survivor movie with them.
Okay, and was that something you were interested in, going with your mom and dad to watch a matinee,
Yes.
to see that movie?
Yes, I've read the book.
Okay, and so now, as you decide to go, what are the plans? You're gonna go with them?
I'll meet them there.
And what were you doing that you couldn't go with them?
I was cleaning up my truck from the hunting trip and also getting, just since we had been gone for a week, and getting my outside work done at my house.
If you're gone, if it's only a couple days trip, how are you gone for a week?
I can't recall the exact time frame, but being gone, it's just me that lives at my house, so there was chores that needed to be done.
All right, so your recollection is either a couple days or a week, do I have that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you get back home, you are plans to meet your mom and dad at the theater. What happens then? You wash your truck, do you actually go over to the theater?
Yes, I drove there.
Okay. Now, when you drive to the theater, are your parents already there? Do you know?
I was running late.
So the plan was to meet them there?
Yes, sir.
At what time?
I don't recall the exact time of the movie.
Was it sometime before the movie was to start?
It was just, I knew what time it was starting, and I was supposed to be there at that time.
Now, did your mom or dad tell you where they were going to be sitting, I mean?
I didn't know anything leading up to it, because I had already turned my phone on silent and things, because I was running late, so I'd already put it on silent, so I didn't know where they were at. I didn't learn that till afterwards, that I'd received a text
All right. And
later
that's-
in the day.
Okay, I understand. So going there and actually getting to the theater, you didn't look at your phone, agree with me or not, to know that they had texted you to tell you where they were sitting?
Yes, sir, I never looked at it.
And so, if I may, Your Honor, I'd like to get the State's Exhibit number 5. May I approach the clerk?
Yes.
May I approach Matthew Reeves, please?
You may.
Showing you something that's been marked and accepted into evidence as a State's Exhibit 5. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that an accurate depiction of what you remember?
Yes, sir.
Now, you, I guess, to get in the theater, you had to buy your ticket.
Yes.
So did you buy a ticket?
Yes, sir.
And where did you go once you bought your ticket at the ticket booth in front?
Straight into the theater.
So no concession stands or anything else?
No, sir.
And so, Your Honor, may I have the witness step down so we can show the exhibit, maybe help him better explain?
Sure.
Step down, please.
May I step over by the veil?
You may. Go ahead. I'm going to stay here. I can,
You've seen the photo.
I have.
I know, Your Honor. Please, Mr. Reed. All right. That was kind of a small picture. So, tell me, when you walk in the theater, this is theater number 10. Does it look like theater number 10 to you?
Yes, sir.
The same theater you walked into that day?
Yes, sir.
Tell me where you would come in. There looks like some stairs. Would you agree with me there?
Yes, if you're facing this, over here on the left side, it comes in below a wall. You're coming in at the bottom, coming in on this left side and around the corner, and then onto the stairs going, leading up.
All right. So do you agree with me when you walk into those doors that say theater number 10, you're kind of going down a ramp?
Yes, sir.
And then when you turn the corner, you go actually into the theater and you go up the stairs?
Yes, you're at the bottom, down just off of this picture.
All right. Now, when you get into the theater itself, what is going on in the theater? Are there previews playing?
Yes,
Tell me what the lighting conditions were like in that theater.
nearly pitch black.
Now, when you say nearly pitch black, could you see, for instance, people within a few feet of you?
Yes, sir.
Did you look around the theater to see where your mom and dad were?
Yes.
And could you see them?
No.
Where were you approximately when you turned around to look?
When I came around the end of the wall at the bottom here, I took one step up and was looking to see where they might be, but I was unable to see due to the lighting.
And when you got there, soon after, did the preview start to play, or were they playing when you got there?
One started to come on as I started looking for them.
All right. And so what did you do once that preview came on?
Most of the people in the theater were paying attention to the preview. I didn't want to interrupt, and I was interested in the preview. It was for the remake of the RoboCop movie, so I turned and faced the screen and watched the preview.
Okay, and can you see where you were approximately?
I would have been off of this picture on the right around the base of the steps or the first step up.
So you'd be more towards the front of the theater than this shows,
Yes, sir.
than where the steps show here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so the previews play, they're playing, you're watching them, do you hear anything unusual?
Not till after the preview.
We're going to talk about that. And so after the preview is over with, what do you do?
I turned back up. It got extremely dark because the screen went dark again. At that point, I turned and took my attention back to trying to find my parents.
And so did you turn around on the stairs?
Yes, sir.
And did you look into the theater?
Yeah, I object leading.
I said, did you? It calls for a yes or no answer, Your Honor.
I didn't
Yes.
hear that. So overruled if that was the
So
case.
did you look in the theater to see if you could see where you were
Yes.
at? And did you see them at that time?
No.
And again, were you all the way down or were you moving up?
I took like 2 steps up.
And now at some point, do you hear something?
Yes.
Tell me what it is that you hear.
I heard my dad say something to the extent of, "Get out of my face" or "Get off of me."
Okay, let's talk about that for a second. Number one, when you heard that, was that in between the previews?
Yes.
So the second preview hadn't started yet, do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you heard that, how did you recognize the voice?
It's my father. I've known his voice my whole life.
And when you heard it, what was the tone of the voice?
It's alarming.
Did it alarm you?
Yes.
Could you tell where the voice was coming from on this photo, generally speaking?
Somewhere up in the back section in the middle.
Okay. Could you tell which row it was?
No, sir.
When you heard your father's voice cry out, did you turn to look?
Yes.
All right. And what area did you look in?
Up into the middle back section.
Now, at that point, were the previews playing or were they still off?
They were off.
And what were the lighting conditions?
Now, at that point, it was nearly pitch black, so.
Now, when you looked back into the back row, did you see anything?
Initially, no.
Okay. So did you see anybody standing, for instance?
Not at the initial, when I initially looked, I couldn't, it was too dark.
That's what we're talking about now. Now, at some point, do you start moving towards that voice?
Yes.
When do you do that?
I had started stepping up the steps while looking up into the back area.
When you heard the voice, you said it alarmed you. Did that cause you now to go towards where you heard it or not?
I had worked my way up the stairs. This was all happening at the same time when I heard it.
Okay. And so what's the next thing that happens?
The gunshot, and I see the flash and the silhouette of a person standing.
Now, let's talk about that. When you heard the gunshot, you said you saw the flash. So which direction were you facing?
I was facing up towards the back.
Now, when you said you heard the gunshot, did you also see a flash?
Yes, not the muzzle flash, but just the residual flash.
And what does that mean?
A muzzle flash would have a very distinct, bright, burning, you'd see an actual flame. I was just seeing a general flash.
And was there something that was blocking perhaps your view of seeing that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what did you see?
A person standing.
Could you tell who that was?
At the time, no.
Did it appear to be a silhouette to you?
Yes.
Okay, you couldn't really make out any features, is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Now, what happens once you hear the gunshot? May I have the witness return to the stand?
Yes.
Please sit down. What happens once you see this residual flash? It sounds like a light. Is that what that means?
Yes, sir.
And you hear the gunshot. You recognize it as a gunshot?
Yes, sir.
And that's because of your training, is it?
Yes, sir.
And your experience with firearms, is that true?
Yes, sir.
Now, once you hear and see that, what's the next thing that you see? You've described to me a silhouette, just so we know where we're at here. This residual flash, what's the very next thing you observe with your eyes?
The subject that was standing turned and took a large exaggerated step down.
And when you see that, are you closer to the back than what you showed me previously?
I was working my way up the stairs at that time.
Now, when you heard a gunshot, now you see an individual, that individual later became known to you as Mr. Oulson, is that true?
Yes, sir.
Now, once you hear that and you see that, what is it that you do? Do you go to your father, or do you do something else?
No, I went to Mr. Oulson.
Okay, tell me about that. Do you go up the stairs?
I went up the stairs to the aisle that he was standing in.
And is it fair to say that you don't remember if it was the second or the third row that you went to?
No, sir, I don't recall.
But you know it was up towards the top?
Yes.
Now, when you got there, tell me about your contact. Were you the first one to put your hands to get to Mr. Oulson?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And why did you do that? Why did you go to Mr. Oulson?
I was able to put the scene together in my training and other things. I knew what had occurred due to the series of things that I heard. So at that point, I went straight to Mr. Oulson.
And when we say you knew what occurred based on your training, are you talking about, A, you heard a gunshot,
Yes.
and then B, you saw a silhouette that was standing, now not standing? Do you agree with that or not?
Well, they were still standing at that time.
But they were moving away.
Yes, sir.
And so for that reason, you wanted to check on the person that was a silhouette that you later found out was Mr. Oulson, to try to help them if they were actually shot.
Yes, sir.
So what happens when you get up there?
As Mr. Oulson started to slump over, I had already assessed kind of the scene of what was going on.
Tell me about that. What did you assess?
One, I'm making sure that somebody doesn't have a weapon, so that it's safe to actually go hands-on. As he started to slump over, I grabbed onto both of his wrists.
Okay, you wanted to make sure that Mr. Oulson didn't have a
Objection,
weapon?
leading.
Agree or disagree? You wanted to see whether Mr. Oulson had a weapon? Do you agree with that?
Initially, yes.
Okay. And so then you said, did you not, yes or no, that you put your hands on Mr. Oulson?
Yes.
Now, what did you do at that point?
I ordered somebody in the aisle to help me place him on the ground.
Okay, and did somebody help you do that?
Yes.
Once Mr. Oulson was on the ground, is he on the ground in kind of the rows between the seats?
Yes, sir.
So is he towards the aisle or not quite there yet?
His head was away from the aisle.
But he wasn't in the aisle where the stairways are?
No, sir.
Okay. And so what happens now once you get there? Do you try to render first aid to Mr. Oulson?
Yes.
Tell me what you do.
I immediately lifted the shirt up that he was wearing, pushed the shirt up to see where he was wounded. Once I saw a bullet hole, or what I knew to be a bullet hole in his left chest, I used the same shirt that I had lifted up to kind of like ball it up over the wound and then place direct pressure on it. Then I started speaking to Mr. Oulson.
Now, before that happened, after you heard the shot, did you hear your dad say anything else?
No, sir.
You're there with Mr. Oulson and you're applying, it sounds like just yes or no, were you applying pressure to the wound? Is that what you were doing?
Yes, sir.
And why were you doing that?
To try to limit the bleeding.
Do you have training in first aid?
Yes, sir.
And so what happens next? You're there rendering aid, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And what do you do?
I was just speaking to Mr. Oulson, trying to keep him looking at me, and stated, keep breathing, look at me, you're going to be okay. I continued to talk to him.
And did you apply any sort of chest compression, CPR, any of that sort of thing?
No, sir, he was still breathing.
And so at some point, do you leave Mr. Oulson?
Someone handed me either a shirt or a sweatshirt or something, and I used that to place over the wound. Then somebody notified me that there was a nurse present. And then not until the person who stated they were a nurse did I move out of my position and let them get to him.
So when you left Mr. Oulson, where did you go?
I went up to the aisle that my parents were in.
And at that time, could you see your father
Yes,
and your mother?
yes.
And why is that? Were the lights different? Or tell me how it was you can see them now and you couldn't see them before.
I was much closer, and the ambient lighting within the theater had started to come back on.
Okay. And ambient lighting, what do you mean by that?
Something was on the screen.
Now, once you get to the row your parents are going down the row, who do you come to first, your mom or your dad?
It would have been my mother first.
And was she sitting right next to your dad?
I don't believe so.
Agree or disagree that she was, maybe 2 or 3 seats away?
Somewhere in that general area.
And so what do you do first? You get to the area where your parents are. Who do you go to first?
I went to my father.
Now tell me what was going on with your father. Did you look at him?
My initial thing was to secure the firearm, so I asked him where the gun was.
And where was the gun?
He just stated that he stated a deputy, off-duty deputy, that was standing next to him.
Did your father tell you anything else?
I don't recall.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Now, when your father was sitting there, did you observe his face and his head?
Not directly. I saw that he had his hand on his face.
When you say hand on his face, are you talking about his face, his cheek, or somewhere on his face?
I can't recall the exacts. It was either on his cheek, on his face, and I'm not sure exactly.
And do you remember which hand?
No, sir.
And was he holding his face?
Kind of his cheek, his face, and that it seemed, I don't know how to describe it, and I don't recall which hand it was exactly.
Now, your father wore glasses back then? Did
Yes,
he?
sir.
All right. And did you notice his glasses? Were they straight on his head or not?
No, sir.
How were they?
One of the lenses would have been out of alignment from where you could actually see through it.
And what do you mean by that?
They were sitting crooked on his face.
So that one of the lenses wasn't covering one of his eyes? Is that what you're describing?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember which side was up or down?
No, sir.
Now, at that point, you're dealing with your father, you've looked at him. Do you do anything else in terms of your father at that point?
No, sir.
Do you say anything else to your father at that point?
I think the only thing I stated to them is I needed to go get cleaned up, then to get my mom out of the theater.
Now, let's talk about that. Cleaned up, why did you have to get cleaned up?
I had a lot of blood on my hands.
From your rescue attempt?
Yes, sir.
And so, after do you go and get cleaned up first, or do you take your mother out of there?
I actually went out to go get cleaned up first.
Okay. And then what do you do next? Come back in the theater?
Yes, sir.
And what do you do once you get back in the theater?
I get my mother and take her out.
Now, when you finally reached your mother, was she crying?
She was in shock.
Okay. You don't remember if she was crying or not?
Not initially.
Okay. And then where did you take your mother?
Into the lobby area.
Now, the lobby area, that's what, outside of the Theater 10 area you're talking about?
Yes, sir, it had been between Theater 10 and the concession stands.
Now, what's going on in that lobby area when you take your mom out?
Initially, I saw deputies responding in.
Okay. Once the deputies responded, do you have any contact with the deputies yourself?
I did state to him I was an off-duty officer and that the firearm was secured with a law enforcement officer inside the theater.
Now, when you were with your mother in the lobby, were there other people that were within the theater that were out in the lobby?
People that had been in the same theater with us, yes.
And were there tables? Describe what it's like out there.
They're small round table. I believe they're small tables.
Now, at some point, did you see, you're a police officer, so you know what this is, witness forms.
Yes, sir.
Did you see those forms being handed out to the individuals that were in the lobby?
Yes, sir.
Now, I know you were caring for your mother. Did you hear people that were congregating in the lobby discussing what they thought had happened in the movie theater?
We were initially trying to sit at one of the small tables, and when people sat down with their forms and were discussing it, I told my mother we needed to move.
Okay. But did you overhear that?
Yes, they were discussing the incident.
Now, is it fair to say, agree or disagree, you actually heard people saying something to the effect of, this was over popcorn?
Yes, sir.
Now, at that point, was your mother crying?
Yes.
Was she shaking?
Yes, sir.
Once the forms were handed out to the other people, you described that you moved your mother away. What's the next thing that happened? Did the police interview your mother?
They took us to another room, away from the rest of the people.
And were you both in the same room?
Initially, we were both seated in the same room, yes.
Now, at some point, do you get separated?
Yes,
And why is that?
for separate interviews.
So who gets interviewed first, your mother or you?
I don't recall.
Now, when your mother gave her interview, you were not present for that.
No, sir.
When you gave your interview, was your mother present for that?
I don't believe so.
Now, when you give your interview, tell me about that. Do you draw any kind of diagram? Do you try to provide aid? Tell me about your interview.
I provided a statement to what I observed, and they asked me to draw a diagram of where I was at and where I thought Mr. Oulson was at, and I drew a diagram on a piece of paper.
And once you gave that interview, what's the next thing that happened?
Me and my mother stayed there while they were conducting their investigation until we were released.
All right. And so then you don't have any other observations? There's nothing else that happened at the theater that day?
The only other thing that was a little bit strange to me, which they stopped, was initially they were going to tow my mother's car, and when I spoke to the detective, he changed that. They did not tow her car.
And so did you take your mother home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. May I have a moment, Judge?
You may.
May I approach the clerk?
You may.
Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you. Cross?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I'm going to discuss your direct examination that you just gave. I'm going to go kind of topic by topic. May not be in the order that you discussed it with Mr. Michaels, so in fairness to you, I'll tell you what topic we're going to talk about, then you'll know where we're at, all right?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to begin with the last topic that Mr. Michael discussed with you about when you went out into the lobby and you saw two people sitting at the table and they were, you said, discussing what?
The incident,
What did they say?
something about popcorn.
Something about popcorn. All right. Let me ask you this. you would agree with me that when you go to a football game, maybe 50,000 people all around the stadium. And you remember Doug Flutie's pass, the miracle pass, and it just went all the way down and the guy caught it in the end zone? Remember
No,
that?
sir.
Before your time? Good grief, I just aged myself. Okay, let me talk about something else then. You're at the football game and you see a kickoff, and then there's a kickoff return from yard number 1 all the way down to the end, okay? Would you agree with me that the people inside the stadium all had an opportunity to see the run from one end to the other?
Yes,
Would you
sir.
agree with that? Would you agree?
That's in a lit stadium, but yes, in a stadium
During the
they would.
day, Tampa Bay Stadium, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it's hot, everyone's looking, watching the game. Here this guy runs 100 yards all the way down. Everyone's watching that event. You would agree, because that's something that just doesn't happen all the time, right?
It doesn't fit the context.
What doesn't?
If you're trying to liken this to what occurred in the theater, no.
Answer my question.
In a football stadium, yes.
In a football stadium, if one person received the kickoff and he went 100 yards all the way down, that would be something that doesn't happen all the time, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right? And the people, because it doesn't happen all the time, they would be watching that event as it took place. You would agree with that, right?
Yes.
And all of them would have an opportunity to see that event, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, the people are leaving the football stadium, and 2 people are talking, hey, did you see that guy run 100 yards? Yeah, I saw the guy run 100 yards. If they both had the opportunity to see it, would you discount that the fact that they actually saw it just because they were talking about it?
Not in a football stadium.
My question is, would you discount the fact that they both said, I saw the guy run from one end to the other just because they were talking about it?
No, not in a
All right.
stadium.
We're going to talk about January 13th, 2014. Now, you showed up casually dressed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Kind of a polo shirt, kind of loose fitting that you wore out, so it was kind of around your pockets. Remember that?
I'm not sure what I had on.
A light color shirt with stripes across. You have a shirt like that, right?
I might have back then. If you say I did, I haven't seen a picture of me wearing
All right.
it, but I'm sure
Now-
I probably did.
You indicated to us that you approached Mr. Oulson, you applied your hands to his chest, you got blood on your hands, right?
Yes, sir.
Then after you performed that, you went up to where your mom and dad were, you had a brief conversation, then you left.
Yes,
Remember
sir.
that? And because you had to clean up, right?
Yes.
And you remember when you turned to go and leave, so you wouldn't get blood on anyone. You kind of left like this, so you wouldn't get blood on anybody else, right? You remember that?
I don't recall.
You saying it didn't happen, or you just don't recall?
I don't recall.
At the time that you're at the bottom of the stairs and the previews are going, you're telling us that it was near pitch black. Remember that testimony?
Yes, sir.
Right. And then when you looked up to see where your folks were, it was pitch black and you couldn't see where your mom and dad were. Remember that?
Yes, before the preview started.
All right. Then during the direct examination, you indicated to Mr. Michaels, did you not, that when the previews came on, you looked around and saw that everybody else was paying attention to the previews just like you were. You remember that testimony?
I didn't want to interrupt people. Yes, sir.
When you looked back and you saw people watching the theater, you said they were watching and then you turned around to watch, just like they were. You remember that testimony?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you could see those people, you could see their faces, could you not?
People around me, yes.
Now, let's talk about your contact with Mr. Oulson. You said something that really struck home. I want to discuss it with you. When you went up there and you came up to Mr. Oulson, you began to place hands on him, and you said you ordered people to place him on the ground. Those were your words, correct?
Before I was on the floor.
You ordered people to place him on the ground. That's what you told us.
Yes, sir.
All right? So at that point, you went into police mode, did you not?
Yes, I didn't want him to fall.
Right? And you ordered people to do it. You expected them to carry out your order, didn't you?
One person. Yes.
You expected them to carry out your order, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And that's what police officers expect, whether they're on duty or off duty. If you order someone to do it, you expect them to do it. And that's what your mindset at the time.
Regulations improper.
Overruled.
Judge, can we object? Can we
Sure.
approach?
Let's talk about the hunting trip. That was a week before January 13th. 13th was a Monday, January 13th. So there was a weekend the week before. That's when the hunting trip was?
I don't recall the exact dates of the trip.
Was it within a week of the incident?
Yes, sir.
Because you indicated that you were home washing up your truck from the hunting trip when you got the call to go to the movies. That's
Yes,
what I was
sir.
asking.
Yes.
Right. So you recall now the hunting trip was at least a week before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's talk about that. Mr. Michaels asked you about going out into the woods. You drove down I'll call it a service road, Forest Service Road, a dirt road, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you would park.
Yes.
then you would walk into the woods.
Yes.
Now, in North Florida, the sand's kind of like sugar sand, isn't it?
The area we were hunting was not sugar sand.
All right, what was it?
It was just dirt.
Dirt? Any clay down, red clay like we see in Georgia?
Not in Georgia, no. This was
So
just
dirt.
muddy. Yeah, a little bit of clay, but not the red clay.
Right. What kind of foliage was it? Is it pine trees up there, oak trees?
It's a mix of everything.
Well, what is the mix of everything?
Pines and oaks.
Okay, so pines and oaks. Pine needles on the ground,
I'm sure there were.
oak leaves on the ground?
Yes, sir.
It's in December, right?
Beginning of January, yes.
Okay, kind of winter when leaves start to fall off trees, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in that area, you have to navigate because there's no trail. You just pick your own trail, right?
The property we were hunting on actually had a lot of little roads you couldn't even drive on, so you could walk in.
Single track or double track?
Some were double trapped, some were single.
All right. And you would walk in the dirt part?
Yes, sir.
And then, but you don't hunt from those tracks. You get out into the woods so the deer can't see you, right?
When you go down some of those tracks actually are good spots to hunt.
All right, so you would set up your blind and put your chair right on one of those tracks?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. Now, let's talk about this tree stand. It's a climbing tree stand. It's a climbing sit stand, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's 2 pieces,
Yes.
approximately 18, 19 pounds.
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Michaels talked to you a little bit about it. There's a section that's for your feet,
Yes, sir.
and there's a platform for your feet.
Yes,
right?
sir.
There's Velcro straps that you put your toes in, right?
A form of straps, yes.
Yeah, former straps. Then it comes out and circles a little bit with little teeth so you grab into the tree, right?
Yes, sir.
Then there's the cable that you have to go around the tree and hook to it, right?
Yes, sir.
Then the second part is where you actually put your bottom and you use your arms, right? It's just kind of the same thing. There's
Yes,
a
sir.
strap that goes around the tree, right?
Yes, sir.
And there's this little notches that'll stick into the tree.
Yes.
Okay, let's do this. I know this is a chair, but the purpose of this is just twofold. Because I can't elevate myself, all right? If your feet are on the platform and the straps are in, all right, we're going to take this one step at a time, all right? And it's hooked to the tree, right? In order to inch this up, you actually bring your both feet up, right?
No, sir. It's hard to describe. The seat you're sitting on is it's permeable, it's not solid. So you can move.
I understand that, and I said, I understand this is a chair, and I understand the seat is actually on the second part.
Yes.
Okay, but I'm just trying to get the movement of the feet so I don't fall down.
You
So
don't
you
have.
pull them both up.
You don't have to bring above 90 degrees with your feet. The seat section on the top section is actual cloth, so it allows your butt to rotate. So you only have to go from a standing position to only bringing your knees maybe to a 45 degree. You don't have to bring your knees all the way up to 90 degrees to bring the base up.
All right. So if you're like this, you're standing, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, now I'm going, like I'm on the seat, you still have to bring them up.
You bring them up a little bit, yes.
Yeah, in order to come up. And you come up maybe 6 inches or so.
You can do it from 1 inch to a foot if you have the ability.
Okay, so you bring them up using your hip flexors and your back and your stomach muscles, your core muscles to bring it up.
Yes, sir.
All right, now once it's up in that position, then you have to use the same muscles to stand up.
You stand up, yes, sir.
All right, then you have to move the second part.
Yes,
right?
sir.
And the second part with the wrap around the tree, you actually pick it up using your forearm, your biceps, your shoulders, and you pick it straight up, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you hook it into the tree,
Yes.
right? And then the process begins all over again.
Yes.
All right. So the muscles that you're using as far as going up and down, you're using your hip flexors, your core, your back to pull up, you stand up, and then you're using your forearms, biceps, and shoulders to pick it up, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your father went up about 10 feet in that tree, right?
Yes, sir.
And if you're only going up, let's make the math easy, okay? If you're only going up 6 inches at a time, you're gonna do that, what, more than 20 times to get up 10 feet?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, then you gotta come down, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's just the reverse process.
Yes.
All right, so it's another 20 times that you have to come back down, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, your father chose to do that approximately 1 week before this incident, correct?
Yes.
All right. And it was his choice to use that process to go 10 feet up a tree.
Yes, sir.
Okay. He didn't say, you know, son, I've assessed this situation, and because of the way my body is right now, I just don't feel comfortable doing it. If I fall, maybe I won't recover. There's no apprehension on his part based on his physical ability to perform that task that he related to you.
He didn't need to.
Did he relate to you, no, I don't want to do this because of my physical condition, I just don't feel comfortable doing it? He never said that, right?
No.
He just hooked up the apparatus to the tree and shimmied right up that tree, didn't he?
No, sir. I hooked the stand to the tree.
What?
I put the stand on the tree.
Just put a strap around.
Yeah, I did that part of
He
it.
got into the apparatus,
Yes, sir.
and he went up the tree.
Yes.
And then once he got up the tree, he had to get his bow, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's attached to a rope.
Yes.
And so then he pulled up his bow.
Yes, sir.
And then you're facing the tree, then you turn around, and you sit down so you're facing out now, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's narrow, it's small, right?
It's not tiny. It's,
Okay, but that brings us to the next point. There's been testimony that a week later, your dad was 6'1", 6 feet 2 inches, 270 pounds. That's the man that went up that tree and sat in that tree stand, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I want to go back to your contact with your father inside the movie theater, after your contact with Mr. Oulson. I'm going to change it, all right? I told you if I went off topic, I'd give you a heads up, right?
Okay.
I've decided to go someplace else. Let's talk about when you're down at the bottom of the stairs, after the shot is fired, and you see the person that you saw.
I had
Okay?
already moved up some. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. All right, let's talk about that. You indicated to us that when you looked up in this area that you've described as nearly pitch black, you were able to see someone standing, correct?
Not when I initially looked up.
As you keep going up, maybe one step or two, you see a person standing,
At the time of the shot, when the body was silhouetted, yes.
okay? And as you went up, you still saw him standing.
Yes.
All right. And then you told this jury that you saw him take an exaggerated step down. You remember that testimony?
Yes, sir.
In fact, I even think he said a large exaggerated step. Right?
I know it was an exaggerated step.
Okay. So, what is that? What did you see? I know what you said. What did you see? Can you describe it? Are we coming over chairs? Are we standing in a seat and getting back down? What are we doing?
I stated there was a chance that he could have stepped down a row, but I did not know that if he did or not. He took a large step.
All right. That's your testimony.
Yes, sir.
All right. Clearly, that's what you saw.
Yes, sir.
Like he was stepping down a row.
There was I never stated he did step down a row, but it was as if he had.
That's your description.
Yes, sir.
So the jury has it in mind like he was stepping down a row. right?
Yes, sir.
Like he was stepping off from the top of a chair, right?
Yes, sir.
That's the impression you want to leave with this juror. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's go to your contact with Mr. Oulson. You get there, that's done, then you go up a couple of steps, you turn, you go over to where your father is, and your testimony was that his glasses were askew. One of his lenses was below his eye. Remember that testimony?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that from the time you heard the shot to the time you got up there was a minute,
May have been more.
maybe even more. And when you got there, you saw the off-duty officer there standing next to him, right?
I didn't know he was at the time.
But you knew that he had the firearm.
Yes.
He told you he had the firearm.
My father told me that he had the firearm.
And while your father was sitting there and you were talking to him, and the other off-duty officer was standing there with your father, his glasses were askew and the lens was below his eye.
Yes, sir.
And the entire time that you were there, your father never took his glasses and put them back on where you're supposed to wear them, right?
I don't recall.
That's your testimony that they were askew.
Yes, sir.
You still a firearm instructor?
No, sir.
When did you lose your cert?
I let my cert go around 2011.
So in 2014, you were not a certified law enforcement firearms instructor?
Yes, sir.
You were not?
I was not.
Okay. You were up until 2011?
Around that time frame, yes, sir.
All right. And Florida Department of Law Enforcement has a specific course that you go through in order to be a certified law enforcement firearm instructor.
Yes, sir.
40-hour course.
Yes.
All right. And in that course, you're taught to not only be proficient as to determining whether or not an officer has met the Florida standards for proficiency,
Your Honor,
but
irrelevant and beyond the scope of the
No.
right?
no, it's not. I mean, we can come to the bench, but
I'll give you a little leeway. Overruled for now.
you're also taught to make sure that the range is safe, right?
Yes, sir.
As an instructor.
Irrelevant?
Judge, can we approach?
Yeah, come on.
prior to 2013, did you have an occasion to go to Shooter's World with your dad?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've been with him when he had shot his pistol and his revolver?
Yes.
Okay. Now, your father, your sister testified suffered from what, trigger finger, you know about that?
Yes, sir.
Right. And the finger just locks up, maybe one, maybe the whole hand, right?
I know a couple fingers.
Okay. Did that ever cause you any concerns when you're at the range or out hunting with your dad while he's handling a firearm, that his hand might just lock up and make the gun go off?
Not the sense of locking up, as in contracting. It's more of he can't bend it.
And that contracting is what pulls the trigger, right?
Yes, sir.
Redirect?
All right. Now, the prosecutor asked you questions framed by, well, is that your testimony? Is that your testimony? Yes or no? Is your idea of testimony telling the truth?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I object.
Sustained.
How about this? Is your idea of testimony giving answers to the questions as you know those answers to be?
Yes.
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay, let me ask you this. Now the prosecutor talked to you about climbing, your dad climbing a tree with a tree stand. Remember that part?
Yes, sir.
Were you or were you not present sometime after January 13th, 2014, and today, where your mother having
Your Honor,
actually...
I object. Relevant.
Approach.
Before my father had one.
All right. And was it hard for you to use?
Your Honor, I object.
Overruled.
It's not relevant as far as 402, Judge, and 403.
I'll allow a couple
May we
of
approach?
questions. All right, come on.
Back to the tree stand. You had a tree stand first, is that what you said?
That brand, yes.
All right, and did you buy one for your father?
I don't recall if I bought it, but it was a replacement for an older style that was much heavier.
All right, so was it a lighter model?
Yes, much lighter.
And being lighter, I imagine that no matter who used it, that it would be easier to use than a heavier one.
Your Honor. Sustained.
Okay. By lighter, do you mean it weighs less?
Weighs less and it's easier to use.
Okay. So is that the model that your father used on that hunting trip?
Yes.
I don't have anything else, thank you.
Thank you. May this witness be released?
No, Your Honor, he's under my subpoena.
All right, very good. Counsel approach. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've reached a stopping point for the day. So I'm going to go ahead and let you go. Enjoy your weekend. Remember my instructions. Be very careful, please. No news, no discussions, no internet searches. Just be very mindful, and should you get exposed to something, please make note of, telling me, and but look away or shut it off immediately, okay? All right. Any questions? We'll start at 8:30 Monday, all right? So be here a little early, like whatever you guys have to do with the clerk in the morning, and then we'll get started. All right? Thank you all very much. Have a great weekend.